Malloy Harbor Regional Park. Wear comfortable shoes and bring water for this nature hike with urban ecologist on Saturday, May 10th at 8 a.m. Learn more under the Events tab at laparks.org. Saturday, May 10th is Board Game Day at the Downtown Central Library. Bring your favorite board game and connect with community members at this monthly meetup, which welcomes new and experienced players. Don't worry if you don't have a game. Join a gaming group as it forms, or borrow a game from the library's welcome table in the rotunda. Whether you bluff, strategize, or simply want to roll the dice, join LA's public library at the Central Library for Board Game Day on Saturday, May 10th at 12 p.m. Learn more at lapl.org/events. Mother's Day is coming, and Green Meadows Recreation Center presents its Mother's Day brunch on Saturday, May 10th. LA City's Department of Recreation, Parks, and Council member Curran Price are making sure that moms get the honors they deserve at this annual community luncheon. The event will have music, food, entertainment, and an opportunity to celebrate and thank moms and mother figures. The Green Meadows Mother's Day brunch takes place on Saturday, May 10th, beginning at 10 a.m. For more information, see the calendar at cd9.lacity.gov. And that's a look at some things to do.
And that's all for this week. I'm Natalia Bilbao, and from all of us here at LA This Week, thank you so much for joining us. Remember that you can watch us online anytime at lacityview.org, and we're also on Instagram, Facebook, X, and YouTube. See you next time for more LA This Week.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to day 6 of the Budget Committee's deliberations on the Mayor's proposed budget for fiscal year 2025 to 2026. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Yes, ma'am. Yaroslavsky.
Here.
Blumenfield. Present. Hutt. Here. McCusker. Here. Hernandez. Present. 5 members present and a quorum.
Thank you very much. Before we begin today's hearing, I want to first briefly speak to the release of President Trump's proposed federal budget earlier this morning. This proposal is absolutely insane. It slashes domestic spending to levels we haven't seen in generations. Americans, especially our most vulnerable in both urban and rural areas, will suffer. For Los Angeles, the consequences would be devastating. We rely on federal partnerships to deliver housing, homeless services, and basic support for our most vulnerable among us. Trump's budget eliminates community development block grants, cuts Section 8 rental assistance, and guts core investments in education, healthcare, housing, and environmental protection. These proposed federal cuts are especially alarming given that just yesterday, we spent hours here reviewing our own homelessness and housing budget, much of which directly or indirectly depends on the very programs that this federal budget would eliminate. I raise this not to distract us, but because this proposal is real and it's dangerous. Congress still has to weigh in, of course, and there will be a time for us to push for changes with our federal partners. But if we're being honest, the political reality is that many of these cuts will likely go through. There will come a time when the federal government steps up as a real partner again, but until then, we have to be clear-eyed about where we are, and we can't afford to take anything for granted. So on that cheerful note, let's get to work. Colleagues, we should all have received a draft memo list earlier. Do we have any edits to the memo list? Councilmember Blumenfield.
Okay, a couple of edits. First one would be on page 8, under Public Works Engineering, memo number 733. It should read, report with an updated building decarbonization plan as to opposed to the way it is. Okay, then on page 9 under Public Works Sanitation, number 697, it says Civil Engineering Associate 2, Environmental Engineering 2, and then it should also read, or other options for retaining those positions. Okay, and then on page 11 under Public Works Street Services, I'm going to recommend that we change 774 from a budget impact to a special study. And the same thing with, with 774. And then there was one more. Similarly, under transportation, memo 659, it's a budget listed as a budget impact, but really it could be a special study. So to change it to say report by July 1st, 2025 on the list of grants so I'm inserting by July 1st, 2025, and I'm changing it from budget to special. And that's the same date for the other two. Yeah, and the same date for the other two to put July 1st, 2025 to make sure that we get the reports in. But I think we can make them special studies because I don't think they're going to impact the budget. The last one was number 659. I'd asked for the list of grants, and I think it's important that we go through that, but realistically, it's more of a longer-term thing than a budget impact.
Okay, Councilmember McCosker, you raised your hand?
Yes, thank you. I have one note change. It's on page 10 under Public Works, Street Services. It's denoted as a number 782. And I just want to add language to say, include an instruction in Exhibit H2, and then report on the opportunity to include a fee structure, taking it really out of a special study, taking a step out, speeding it up.
Is that the only one?
That's it.
Councilwoman Hutt?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to request a budget memo for the CAO and CIFD to report back with funding options for the TGI Wellness and Equity Initiative. I realized I wanted to make that request, and they left the room already, so
Okay.
need to add. Thank
So
you.
it's a new one
Yes, for
CIFD and CAO. Okay. Was that?
Thank you.
Okay.
I have it in writing if I need to turn it
I think that
in.
would be helpful. Maybe give that to the clerk. CIO. Okay. Great. Seeing no more, I move that we adopt this list as edited just now. Okay. One more administrative item. We have the Office of Public Accountability slated for today. The OPA is in the middle of a director transition and submitted no letter with requests related to the proposed budget. Also, their entire budget is reimbursed by LADWP. Do members have questions for OPA, or can we release them? Okay. Then we're going to skip OPA later. First up, we have the Bureau of Street Lighting. Welcome. If you could go ahead and introduce yourself and have your team do the same.
Good afternoon, members. My name is Miguel Sangalang. I'm the director of the Bureau of Street Lighting. Had a couple of things, if that was okay to
Sure,
start.
do you want to intro your team too?
Yes. I'm joined by Mark Yamamura, our Chief of Administration, and also Fabian Cheng, our Chief Engineer. And I can go into it now if you'd like.
Yeah, sure.
First, my gratitude to the mayor and her office for preserving as many positions as possible in the Bureau. I'd also like to say 3 facts in order to set the table. And fact 1 is that our repair times are now between 8 and 9 months, between the generation of a service request and our crews actually fixing the problem that was identified. I expect it to reach 1 year by the fall. Mostly when I interact with residents about what I've just spoke about, it's sheer disbelief at the levels that we're actually repairing. Fact 2, despite the long repair times, the Bureau today is incredibly well-tuned and an efficient machine. We have 99% LED street lights that save $10 million annually on our power bill. We have essentially created an in-house forge that uses plasma cutters and soon 3D printers that'll reduce our materials expenditures between 70 and 80% for products. And we're actually a model organization for other US cities. Others look to us and call us to learn about our suite of solutions for theft and vandalism, which actually work, and how to learn and learn about how we've become an innovative platform that supports many different city services. Fact 3. This machine, unfortunately, is in dire need of refueling, as the assessment, our main source of revenue, does not cover operations. My 2022 analysis of needs and a recent third-party analysis commissioned by the CAO both show the Bureau needing over $100 million annually in assessment revenues. We collect 45. And so we are unable to keep up with the impacts of theft and vandalism, let alone the basics of replacing end-of-life poles, bulbs, and conduit. We're now at a critical juncture. The proposed budget saves jobs, but does not necessarily save street lighting service. And I estimate that repairs, given the budget, may lengthen to 2 to 3 years. As I mentioned in our letter, we are planning to present to the mayor and council a ballot proposal for a new assessment later this summer. That would allow us to return to fixing lights most likely the following fiscal year. And with that, I'm open to answering any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Appreciate how concise you were and to the point. Councilwoman Hernandez is going to lead us off.
Thank you so much, Chairwoman. Thank you so much for being here with us today. I have a handful of questions on operations and core services, fiscal sustainability, streetlight repairs, streeting outages, conduit and fiber build, capital expenditures and replacement programs, but I'm just going to go through a handful of them and pass it back to the Chairwoman. Can you please provide us an overview of your divisions and their services and the offset proposal you outlined in your letter, please?
Sure. Generally speaking, the Bureau of Street Lighting has kind of 3 main groups. Support that include IT and administration services, a larger section, which is our engineering group headed by Fabian, that have many different divisions that are underneath it that help with metro projects, the assessment itself, design for DOT and Bureau of Street Services. And then finally, we go to the largest portion of our Bureau, more than half, that is field forces. That constitutes probably around 150 or so staff that we have in the field right now. The offset proposals that I have written in my letter predominantly try and preserve the administrative positions within the Bureau, precisely for a couple things. We have we have converted a significant amount of our work to digital. We have been doing increased efficiencies. We have been trying to purchase different products that help us within our job. That is a lot of the support function. We'd lose tremendous amounts of efficiency were we to lose that. So it's actually incredibly valuable in comparison to just the one-to-one field jobs to the back office support that we have. So that's the core of that.
Great, thank you. So you talked about the different departments and the different bureaus within your departments, right? Mm-hmm. But can you give us like real life examples of what those teams are doing?
Yeah, sure. Real life examples, and again, I mentioned that the bulk of the staff that I have is field forces. Those are the people that fix lights.
Great,
and
talk
so,
about that please, yeah.
Right, and so I have probably around 100 personnel, 30 or so that are focused on restoration and fortification. Those are new programs that we stood up in the last few years to combat theft and vandalism. Around another 7 or so in our maintenance divisions. Those are the people that replace bulbs that have burned out, look to maintain conduit, et cetera. The impacts based on, and if I'm understanding the question correctly, the impacts based on the budget would see the core kind of repair functions of the Bureau slow down considerably. We would be focused on trying to do as many projects that we can do. It would just be unfortunately separate from our normal day-to-day functions of the street lighting service itself. Luckily, again, the budget itself preserves jobs. It does not preserve the lighting, the service of street lighting itself.
Got it, so doesn't preserve keeping our street lights on and maintained.
Correct.
The jobs will exist because we will shift them over to doing some other work.
That's correct.
Got it. I want to put a budget memo in for CAO to work with BSL on the feasibility of implementing the offset proposal as well as any additional offsets that can be found, please. And then if the Bureau does not meet its revenue targets in the budget, what will happen?
If we're unable to meet our revenue targets, I presume that we are actually then going to be discussing additional position cuts. Unless there's an alternative, either increased revenue or some alternative fund that can do it, we would be at that point where we have very little offsets to provide. $7.7 million, if we're talking about that, in context of the number of employees, that would be about 80 to 100 positions within the Bureau of Street Lighting, be about a third of the Bureau itself.
Got it, thank you. And you're talking about the DWP offset plan, part of what the CAO proposed.
That and any other revenues that we may miss.
Thank you. You mentioned the Public Works, in our Public Works Committee, you mentioned that the Bureau will be presenting a new assessment ballot for the council and mayor's consideration. I want us to talk a little bit about that because you all get in this proposed budget 0.4% of the entire bucket of the general funds, right? These are our locally generated tax dollars. You don't even get 1% of some of those tax dollars, which is wild to me, but also doesn't surprise me seeing the conditions of our lights, right? Like you can see that on investment. But a part of that is also because we haven't redone our assessments, fees to fund this department. Can you give us the year, the year when was the last time that some of these fees were assessed to support the Bureau of Street Lighting?
It was the year Independence Day came out, so 1996.
So 1996, we're almost 20 years, many years after that. I was 6 years old at that time. And so it's one of those things when we think about efficiency of the department, right? But we're on the precipice of actually getting this assessment done, right? So that we can bring that structure to the 21st century. Can you talk a little bit about that? Because colleagues, when we talk about the structure of the department, restructuring, redesign, and considering the recession, considering other pieces, this is one of those big ticket items that we need to consider in our assessment, because implementing the recommendations in this assessment to could fund the materials and the staff to do the job of fixing our lights in record speed, right? So can you talk a little bit about that? And then I'll pass it back to the chairwoman.
Sure. So the Bureau itself is funded by an assessment, as you pointed out. The assessment is a levy on properties. So it is not direct, it is different from business tax or any of the other general fund taxes that we may have. Because of that, we collect money for a very specific purpose, which is providing streetlight service, right? 1996, when Prop 218 was then passed and enshrined in California, that froze most of our rates for the Bureau. 90% of the Bureau is stuck in 1996 levels. So our revenue has remained around $45 million or so for the several years. It has not moved. It reflects nothing about the price increases that we've had. Just the last year alone, 30% in materials, right, purchases for us. Obviously,
The cost increase, you mean?
yes. So, for instance, one of the things that we purchase on the regular pull boxes, that's the things that that hold kind of connections between electrical systems for us, between the pole and larger systems. It was 30% more. That can drive up costs by hundreds of thousands of dollars on our side. So all of these factors that have been increasing for us, our revenue sources have been frozen in time. That makes it difficult for us to then try and figure out how to field the staff that are necessary in order to do the repairs. We've done many things. I've mentioned the LED replacement program that have driven down costs. If I did not do that, if the Bureau did not do that 15 years ago, we would be paying $25 million in power bills, right? Now we're paying around 15 or so. So those are some of the things that would be then affected. What we're looking to do is reflect the new realities of the Bureau. There has been a considerable change in the environment. One, there has been increased theft and vandalism. Two, deferred maintenance. We cut the pole replacement program of the Bureau in the last recession, and it has not surfaced yet, right? That is increasing liabilities for us. So many of the things that we're supposed to do, bread and butter, that have been squeezed out because of inflation forces and the fact that things just have gotten more expensive, those are the things that we're starting to loosen out.
And so the assessment, one of the options in the assessment, or the third-party study that was done on this, says that redoing the assessment and bringing it to the 21st century would cover our materials and our staff and our repair programs, correct?
That's correct.
And two last things, is it more expensive to do electrical work with your team or DWP's team?
I would say that the Bureau of Street Lighting follows what we have on our side in terms of the classifications. Generally speaking, DWP has their own. It's separate. I think I'll probably look to the CAO's office to help me answer that one.
And if we don't have an answer right now, that's okay. But I would love to explore what that looks like in the future as, we consider moving our city forward, right? Because we want to be fiscally efficient. I'll pass it back to the chairwoman. Thank you.
Thank you. Colleagues? Councilmember McCosker.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Hernandez, I loved your first memo. I just want to be really clear. Were we talking about all of the alternatives all the offsets that were proposed by the department to be analyzed by the CIO?
I think all of them should be analyzed. I think we have the option of adopting though, right? As they come forward.
Right. I just had the analysis come back, but I want to be super clear that would include, that you point out in your letter, thank you very much for your letter, a joint build agreement with the state of California on its middle mile broadband initiative. You're excited about it. I am too, because it's 13.3 miles going up the 110, which includes a lot of the 15. Not to be confused, 110 and the 15. Are there ways that we can maximize that cooperative agreement to benefit the budget of the department, of the Bureau?
I believe we can. For instance, some of the things that are intended from that agreement is to pay for hiring hall. That's one of the things that we could put. We could probably work with the CAO's office to see what else we can offset. There's also positions that are related to our fiber and conduit build. I think we lost one position there, and there's a couple others in maintenance helpers that would be useful. So something that we can look at as an offset.
Okay, I just want to be clear that Councilmember Hernandez's budget memo also includes that broadband initiative. probably have a couple of others. One of the things you describe is discrepancy in the DWP bill. Can you give us a little more information on that?
Well, what we estimate for our power bill for the Bureau is around $20 million. All in, around $15 million of that would be just SLAF costs. That's street lighting maintenance costs that we would have to pay the Department of Water and Power. The other balance are telecommunications infrastructure attachments that we have to pay carriers, that we have charged the carriers, that we are going to then pay DWP on their behalf. So that is the totality of the $20 million that we estimate. We do, I believe it's about $12.9 million, so we believe it to be a little bit short on that end. Again, I have no offsets for that one, but if there was a possibility to then have it, if the new assessment was in place, we would be able to pay down some of the debt that we owe DWP.
Okay. Well, I'd like to get a budget memo to an analysis of how we can reduce the energy line item down to $10 million and use the savings to preserve BSL's fortification program.
Okay.
Councilmember Blumenfield or Hutt?
Okay. Well, you can go first.
Councilwoman? Yeah.
Is it better? Okay. Hi. How are you guys?
Very good.
Thanks for being here. With the reduction in hiring haul and overtime, you've indicated that the Bureau's response time may double to more than 2 years. Is that separate from the repair time increase from 8 months to nearly a year expected by fall this 25?
To be clear, we expect the time to reach a year based off of the resources we have even today. So the reductions that we see in the budget from what you've mentioned, in addition to that, the about $7.7 million in projects we would have to fulfill with the MOU, that would be further reductions. In total, all of those look to be around, again, 80 to 100 staff members that I would have to try and redeploy within the Bureau. That is essentially, as I mentioned before, I have 30 employees in our field office that are focused on restoration and fortification, and I have about 70 or so that are in just my plain maintenance, bread and butter maintenance groups. It can conceivably reassign the entirety of all the forces that I use to fix light. Therefore, I'm saying next year's budget will actually result in probably 2 to 3 years in 2 to 3 years in repair times.
Thank you for that answer. What I asked General Services if they needed to support BSL and BSS operations given the DWP MOU and Exhibit H. How does the MOU contemplate your materials and equipment use?
The MOU itself is still in negotiation, so I'd probably have to wait to see that and defer to the CAO on. But I believe that when we're talking about the $7.7 million, it's specifically for DWP salaries themselves in order to offset, in order to create offsets for, instead of layoffs. So we'd have to talk about what the materials and what other support services would look like.
So therefore, I'd like to request a budget memo that has the CAO look at incorporating the necessary GSD support and or materials costs into the MOU. Thank you. I have a couple more questions, Madam Chair.
I have a follow-up to that.
You follow up?
Yeah. Thank you. And from my understanding, Miguel, you're saying that even let's say we didn't adopt the proposed budget and you just had the same resources next fiscal year that you got this fiscal year. With that, you're saying that it would take us up to a year to fix a street light.
That's correct.
Wonderful. And let me make sure I heard you correctly. You're saying that by entering with this into this MOU with DWP at $7.7 million, that money is only to execute LADWP projects, which means that it would take you closer to 2 to 3 years to fix our streetlights, because that MOU is only, again, for LADWP projects, no city projects for our districts, to fix and repair streetlights. Is that correct?
I would say that is correct.
Got it.
We would not be able to commingle or cross-purpose any of the uses of funds. We would have to keep them separate. When we work on DWP work, we do DWP work. When we work on street lighting, we do street lighting work.
Got it.
We have a follow-up.
So, yes.
Go ahead.
So I just want to clear that up. 1 year, later this year, if your budget does not change, if you enter into this MOU with DWP, we could expect that our street lights will take 2 to 3 years to fix. Just,
I'm sorry, may I add just a little bit
yes,
more?
please.
I'm saying 1 year given the resources.
Of course.
Yeah. I will say this, though. The march of time and the fact that we still have poles that I have not been able to replace, nor an LED replacement program, nor a conduit replacement program, all of those are also impacting it. Therefore, it is at least a year. I actually expect it to then start going up, regardless of whether we had today's current budget, right? As I mentioned, we are at a point where there is a structural issue on our end. The fiscal model itself does not work. We are repairing, we are not maintaining the street lighting system, right? We are losing the value, it is degrading itself.
Got it. And because of that, we see liability payouts. For example, like one case where a piece of a light pole fell on somebody and we paid $21 million, which $21 million, isn't that the entire bureau within your department that handles the anti-copper wire theft?
That, yes.
Got it, thank you. Or about that price, right?
Yes.
I mean price-wise.
Right.
Instead of doing that work, we had to spend it on one case.
Last year, we spent $27 million in repair total.
Got
So
it, thank
21 would be a large chunk of it.
Beautiful, thank you. Thank you, Chairwoman.
Do you have a follow-up to that?
Just a follow-up thought or concern, which is, at some point, how can we continue to assess somebody if their light hasn't worked for the entire year legally? I mean, like if we're
Yes.
assessing a particular light and the light isn't functioning, do we owe them a refund, or how does that work?
What the Bureau does is it sets a service level. So in this budget, I am saying out loud that our service level would be between 2 to 3 years. At some point, again, we do have to then think whether it is still possible to maintain the street lighting system itself at that level.
Can I ask a follow-up? So the proposed fee increase, when is it going to come for a vote? And when would it when would it start bringing in extra revenue? And how do you see us bridging so that we don't have to lay people off? Do we move them over to DWP in the short term and then move them back once the assessment comes in? Or I think maybe a memo back on what that might look like and the timing of and maybe this is part of an assessment that's already been asked for, but you know, what's the timeline and work plan so that we avoid layoffs when we know or hope that a fee will come in, an increased fee that would support this work so that we wouldn't have to move it over?
Yes, I can start talking about that now, and then we can also come back if that's okay. So
That would be great.
Our intent is to present to the mayor and council a new assessment ballot sometime in the summer timeframe. So June, July, August timeframe, we would come back with a new engineering report, with a new ordinance of intention, and the timeline for the ballot for the consideration of this body. We are currently
And
working.
this isn't something that's put on the ballot. This is something that's mailed out to people because it's a fee assessment increase, correct?
Correct. So,
Okay.
So let me talk about that separately. We do not follow regular electorate votes. We're a separate vote. It happens when the city authorizes us to go for a vote. For the process that we're talking about, we are going to be presenting a timeline this summer for mayor and council to consider the ballot timeline. Our hope, and I'm trying to be as transparent as possible, our hope is to have a vote timeline that is in the fall. We would be sending out ballots according to the Prop 218 and other things that we follow for administrative purposes. There would be 45 days for that ballot to go through, and that when we came back, the city clerk would ratify the elections, and then it would go into effect. We are hoping for a January 1st, essentially what we're considering to propose to the council is hoping for a January 1st effective date of the new assessment. That would essentially mean that you're going to be getting a half-year assessment. So the first half of the fiscal year would be at the current rate. The second half of the fiscal year would be at the new rates. We will, however...
Can I ask,
Yep.
stop you for a second to ask a clarifying question? Is this an assessment that's paid annually, or is it paid monthly? How is it paid right now?
The assessment is tied to people's property taxes. We are part of the county roll. So people see a bill that is in the property tax bill. It is paid twice a year. So the total assessment amount is divided by 2, and then it's
So we'll
paid.
get half if it comes into effect on your timeline. Is there any way to accelerate the study so that it's coming earlier than the summer and accelerate this process a little bit to try and get it on the fall roll?
We're working on that right now. We're working to have a contractor in place to help us with the ballot mailings, and other things. Unfortunately, I don't think that there's space for us to accelerate faster than we have right now.
Okay.
I will also say that a consideration, I'm sorry, you go ahead.
Well, I want to provide some clarification when he's done.
Okay, and I would just add, for when I'm talking about the assessment itself, even if we have a January 1st effective date, we will still not be able to collect any of the revenues until the following fiscal year. It would not be considered part of the 25-26 year, and that is because we are tied to the county roll.
Okay. Councilmember McCosker, you had a follow-up?
Yes, thanks very much. So while the 218 process is pending, and when it's heading, well, actually, let me say, after it passes, and before we collect, we could always consider a tax anticipation note of some sort, but I'm going to dial back from that and say, and ask whether it would make sense for us to anticipate that this thing will pass and do some of that internal borrowing we talked about a couple of days ago to see if we could borrow against the anticipated amounts, pay back in it, and consider that we are going to doing such a thing as we put together the assessment, borrow against what will be the assessment and when it's collected, pay it back in interest, but then be able to realize some of this cash earlier. And that's really for CIO, CLA.
We can certainly look at that, Councilmember, but I do want to be clear that we cannot start collecting it until really 26, 27, because it has to go onto the tax roll so that it's on the bill that is sent to the property owner to pay, and there's no way to do that for 25, 26 on the timeline. And I don't know the answer to this, but with the January 1st implementation date that has been proposed, I honestly cannot tell, and I think we have to talk to the county assessor whether they would bill that amount retroactively on the future bill. I just don't know that answer.
I would be happy for it to be billed as quickly as possible, but what I'm talking about is basically doing an internal lend borrow from our investment funds, say, and put ourselves in a position where we can realize the cash and the expenditures early and then pay it back to ourselves. Not going out to the market. I realize what the
think we're
problems would
gonna
be
have
going out
to-
to the market, given the 218.
Prop 218 problem.
How so?
Yeah. I think we're
Because-
going to have to look at that and maybe talk to the city attorney on how that might work, or if it's workable, because
Do you want us for a memo on that?
Yeah, I'd like
we'll have to
a
report
memo
back.
on that. To say it's a Prop 218 problem is to say that we're not, I mean, the 218 issue is you tell folks what you're going to do. We tell them, this is what we're going to do. This is, and folks, what folks are paying for is their lights. And we describe all of the financial considerations. So I'd like a memo on that.
Yeah.
Maybe,
Just,
yeah.
you can put your questions in the memo if you have concerns.
Yeah, we'll be happy to look at it, but I haven't said very much to, this budget season, but that kind of proposal, I think, needs to be looked at really, really carefully. And it kind of scares me a bit, because what you're doing is anticipating, really, truly anticipating revenue. And the flip side is, if it doesn't pass, then now you've incurred a debt, you've got a credit card debt that you can't pay for. So that would be a real consideration as you move forward, if we can even do this.
Yeah, because I think we really have to understand this concept of saying we're implementing it in January, but it's not on a bill for that time period and how that would roll out. We just have to think it through.
Madam Chair.
Not the last. Okay, oh yeah, Councilwoman Hutt, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had a question to go along with Mr. McCosker's last statement. Is, have we ever seen a ballot like this not pass? Have we ever sent out a ballot to our homeowners asking for this type of increase in assessment on their taxes, and they said no?
If you're asking me, I would have to come back with that answer, if that's
Or
okay.
CLA? Have you ever seen any ballot like this go out
No.
and they say no?
No.
No, don't assess us?
I have not seen where we go out to spend money and go out to a ballot with the expectation that we would collect that revenue. I have never seen that.
Thank you. I'd like to ask my next question.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Councilwoman.
Solar and battery enabled streetlights have been a big push of the Bureau and the City Council and folks all over. How are you using the technology as a strategy to keep lights on instead of the traditional repairs that we've been talking about in Public Works?
Right. As I mentioned, we're doing a whole suite of solutions in order to make sure that we keep the lights on. We are embracing solar and battery-enabled streetlights. That is one of the things that we're focused on as well. Our issue around it is the upfront cost. So the battery and solar installations themselves are considerably more expensive than what our bread and butter repairs are. For context, if we were to proactively repair a street lighting outage, so life cycle, it's around $300 to $400. If we're going to repair it outside of its cycle, more reactive, about $500 to $700. If you're going to start fortifying street lights, it's $1,500 on average per the light itself. Solar is about $4,000 to $4,500. So, you know, you're either choosing to replace one light versus 8 if you're doing the regular repairs, or 3 other lights if we're fortifying. So if we were looking at replacing 5% of the system, it'd probably be around $40 million for us.
Thank you. One service of the Bureau is the banner program. And it allows attachment of the banner to the street lights and promotes nonprofit events in our communities.
Right.
Conceivably, this could be a revenue source for the city and the Bureau to offset its operations. What would be required in order for you to make it a revenue-generating program?
So it's a very popular program within the Bureau. What would be required would be an ordinance change in order for us to allow a revenue-generating model there.
Okay, then I'd like to request a special study to request street lighting with the assistance of the City Attorney's Office to look at updating the street banner ordinance to expand the options of attachments and allow the Bureau to seek revenue-generating options. And next, as a note, in the Bureau's letter, the proposed budget only partially funds expected electricity costs, with a gap of approximately $7.3 million. I'd like to request a budget memo identifying a flexible funding source to meet these obligations, so that we don't begin the fiscal year planning for a deficit.
Understood.
And then I'd also like to request a budget memo on the Bureau of Street Lighting permitting process and fees for attachment and services with the intent to ensure full cost recovery or the creation of other revenue-generating opportunities. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councilwoman Hernandez, did you have a follow-up to any of that? I saw your hand raised.
Yes, I had a follow-up to the solar question, I believe that Councilwoman had asked, around the costs. It does seem that there is like an upfront cost, right, like 1 versus 3. But in the long term, is it a cost savings because you don't have to fix it so frequently?
In certain areas, yes. And I know I'm qualifying my statement. Again, we embrace it wholly, and we like the solar-enabled battery streetlights. In places where we've had repeated theft and vandalism, it has been a boon. We replace it, yes, it is an upfront cost on materials, but the labor savings by not having to go there 2, 3, 4 times in a year, that has been tremendous. So just avoiding 2 repairs in the same spot, it makes it worth it. The trade-offs are you're essentially abandoning the electrical system, right? And the electrical system is highly valuable. That is a piece where if you're trying to do other things within the community, for instance, air quality sensors to make sure you know the quality of air around there, EV chargers, that's one of our most popular programs as well. All of those are then options that are off the table if we start going that place. I do see that there is going to be a balance. There are some places of the city that can do solar very easily versus others. You cannot, it's very hard to do solar in downtown with all the tall buildings, for instance, right? So we're trying to work out on our end what is the best kind of citywide plan on solar.
Beautiful, thank you. Chairman, I saw some new questions, but I'll pass it to you.
Okay, you have a question?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Sure. A couple questions. Well, first, we're talking about the ballot measure. Do we have the funds? I know it costs hundreds of thousands of dollars to do the mailers and do all of that. Are the funds for that in the budget?
I believe, Mark, we still have those that are still available. So we're planning to use current existing resources for that right now that have been identified.
Correct, yeah. We have an appropriation for that work, so we have it free and ready to go.
Great. I wanted to ask about the STAP program. You support implementation of the street transit amenities program. What does the resources in the budget cover? What staffing and equipment resources might be needed for repair or maintenance? Are we able to do what we need to do vis-a-vis the STAP program, which is a revenue-generating program?
So the budget that's provided for the Bureau covers essentially all the startup costs. So we have the engineers, we have the field staff to help with the engineering and the installation of the bus stop shelter. What we are unable to do is repair cycles, essentially. So once it goes out, it would fall under the same kind of repair schedule that we would have a year or so with regards to repairing STAP areas.
Right. The only difference, though, in these, we would be, once they're out, we're not generating any revenue. So I would ask the CAO to look into using revenue from the STAP program as an offset to pay for the necessary maintenance crew that would respond to outages to keep the STAP amenities and infrastructure on and producing revenue. I know the budget sets aside some of that money, but makes sense to me that, you know, to make money, we got to be able to take some of those revenues to keep the program going. Wanted to also ask about the EV charging network. Are you going to be able to continue? You know, you guys have a great network out there for EVs. Will this budget prohibit you from being able to continue maintaining the EV charging network?
What's provided in the budget right now is still an expansion of the program. So we have, I believe, $1.5 million or so in CTIP that's provision for it. We do expect ourselves to be able to at least do the 75 75 EV chargers for the upcoming year. With the single engineering resource we have, we're going to see if we can bump it up to 100, and then we're looking to replace some damaged EV chargers with the balance of it, so that would not require then the engineering resources in order to create new installations.
And the revenues from the EV program, they don't cover all the costs, right?
It is barely on the line. So one of the things that we still have to work on is for every EV spot, right, we're obviously using a also DOT parking spot, right? So there's some of those considerations that we still have to work through.
Right, but I mean, the ultimate goal is to have EV charging that can actually pay for the maintenance as well as the capital costs for the EV itself, and then it'll be a no-brainer to put them out there. But we're not there yet.
We're not there yet.
One of the, we don't charge for icing or when idling in the parking spot. Are there ways to do charges like that could help raise revenue, prevent folks from just camping out in those spots?
So icing, or essentially when a regular combustion engine car takes up a parking spot for a charger, yes, that prevents us from actually creating any revenue on that. It also is a public nuisance where someone cannot refuel their vehicle. So that's a possibility. We would have to work with DOT on that if that was something that the council would like us to look at.
Okay, so definitely would like it. I'll request a budget memo for the department to pursue parking fines and fees for vehicle icing EV chargers, which create transportation electrification issues and public nuisance, as you mentioned. Basically, and anything else you can think of in order to get us closer to being cost neutral on that program.
Understood.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Kosker, you had a clarification to your memo.
Yes, on the memo. I want to go back to 218. So just to be clear, a really rough outline of how the lifespan of a 218 question. You come up with the analysis of what the fee would be. You submit that. A notice goes out to the affected world. A period of time goes for the affected world to be able to protest. It goes up to a hearing. At that moment of the hearing, folks either show up live or in written protest. After the hearing, the governmental agency calculates whether or not the protest was successful or not successful. If it's not successful, the assessment is set. That is sent over to the assessor. The assessor puts it on the rolls. The assessor puts out a bill. Folks have a time to pay the bill. The bill is collected. The assessor then subvents the money appropriately back to the jurisdiction. What I want in my memo is the moment in that timeline, which is not completely accurate. I mean, there's other steps. The moment that we would not be afraid to securitize the amount of money that we believe we get from the assessment. That's what I'm looking for. It's not going to be after we have the money sent to us, and it's not going to be the day that we decide that we want to do an assessment, but it's going to be somewhere in the middle, and it's going to be faster than us waiting for the assessor to send us the money. That's what I'm looking for. And unless we are creative about this, we are not going to get out of this mess. So that's what I'm looking for. The moment at which we would not be afraid to say we could securitize the money. What is that date? Thank you.
New question? Okay, let me ask one, and then I'll go to you. So the letter proposes eliminating, or the proposed budget proposes eliminating a number of positions in the Metro Annual Work Program and Co-location Program, which I understand are fully reimbursable by Metro and telecom companies, respectively. Are these positions fully reimbursed?
The Metro, yes. The co-location program, yes, if there is the output that or the input that we expect from the telecom carriers as well.
Sorry, say that last sentence again.
If the expected projects come in on the telecom side, yes, then those are also reimbursed as well.
Could staff from the eliminated positions be reassigned to reimbursable positions?
That's conceivable.
Okay. Would I need a memo on that?
we would probably have to look at it with the CAO's office.
Okay, all right. Let us know.
Okay.
Okay, Councilwoman Hernandez.
Thank you. Thank you. Are there other partnerships or opportunities for the Bureau to generate revenue or save money? For instance, additional co-location opportunities or permitting opportunities? Places with solar lights like Westlake, Filipino Town, are opportunities to repurpose conduit for communications.
The short answer is yes, and as Councilmember Hutt had brought up with regards to the banner program, that's an opportunity. With what you're pointing out for historic Filipino Town, the fact that we now then have just empty or abandoned conduit essentially there, that is an opportunity for us to look at. It would require master permit agreements and us going out there. However, I did submit some reports to council where we did do at least some type of preliminary market analysis. There was interest in that as well. So that's something that we can look into.
Great. And when we talk about this, we're talking about like more access to internet, right? More access to Wi-Fi for our communities. That is the work that I'm talking about, correct? When I ask about that?
To be clear, when I'm speaking about the connectivity, I would be talking about purely the infrastructure. I am not proposing ISP or end user services on our end. That would require a much different structure of a bureau.
But like for buildings, for example, to have access to the internet and things like that.
It would be enabled. And it would be further enabled, and you would have the options then of either incumbent carriers that can rent out the fiber or space, or even new ISPs that would come into the market because of the available public infrastructure that we would have.
Great. So we could generate revenue off of that.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. You talked a little bit about fortification. Can you talk about what that actually means?
Fortification, I call it castle building for us. That is when we take cement and steel and we take the entirety of our electrical circuit from the DLP service point all the way to the last light. And we essentially seal every pull box, every handhole. We attempt to camouflage it as well. It is labor intensive. It is the one where we use also the most amount of material. It is also very effective. So we actually keep the electrical system intact. We've only had about 10% of them fail for different reasons. So what I'm saying is 90% of all of the fortification that we've done actually hold up. And so it is a good strategy for us to try and keep the electrical system in place and also keeping the lights on.
Thank you. I'd like to request a budget memo and request the CAO to seek alternative funding sources to cover the Bureau's fortification program to protect against future vandalism and theft. Okay, it might be tied to Councilmember McCosker's motion, but that's okay. It could be a separate one. We'll assess. I have a couple more questions, Chairwoman, if that's okay.
Sure. Colleagues, anybody else or? Okay, floor is yours.
Great. Thank you so much. Last budget, BSL was allocated $1 million to repair 3,700 LED fixtures. You've also stated that 60,000 LEDs are at the end of life and in need of replacement. What would be needed to maintain maintenance life cycle requirements? Meet maintenance life cycle requirements.
Our estimates on that are broadly speaking, on an annual basis, we look to replace 10% of the system in order to keep up and not create spikes and valleys. That essentially equates to around 20,000 lights or so. Broadly speaking, that would be around $4 to $5 million now, although I would probably have to figure out if there's been any changes with the procurement.
The only change is that now the fixtures that need replacement are higher wattage that go into the major streets. So they're a little bit more expensive than the local streets. Also, keep in mind that we do add a remote monitoring unit to each of those fixtures to be able to capture the energy usage and be able to flag when there's an issue with the street lights.
Broadly speaking, though, if we're talking about an annual actual LED replacement program, it's probably around $4 to $5 million.
Great, thank you. What are some of the basic lighting system materials needed the average lifespan of each, and our current replacement timelines for these items. What's the risk and liability we have experienced when not maintained?
Let's start with poles. That's our bread and butter. Poles for us have an expected lifespan, useful life, of about 75 years. As I mentioned, the pole replacement program was eliminated back in, I believe it was 2010, during the Great Recession. So our replacement program right now is zero. LED replacement.
Zero, you said?
Yes, ma'am.
Zero, okay, good, thank you.
The LED replacement program, as I mentioned, we look to try and replace around 20,000 or so a year. This year, we did around 4,000. In the budget, we will be at zero. Conduit, it's around 50 years or so for us with their useful life. That is also at zero.
So no conduit resources, no LED resources?
And no pole
and no pole resources.
Yes.
Got it. What's the risk on liabilities on not maintaining those things?
We are getting to the point where, again, I mentioned we're doing repairs. We're not necessarily maintaining a system. At some point in the near future, I will probably have recommendations to figure out how to shrink our service territory so that we can avoid liabilities of poles that are electrified poles, right? So these are, 300-400 pound structures on our sidewalk with dangerous currents, and I want them to be, within useful life. So if we get to the point where we reach some of those end of useful life, I will be recommending that we actually start breaking down some of those systems.
Great, thank you. And please correct me if I'm wrong, but this assessment that we've all talked about, when approved, would cover these costs, right? So that we could replace our poles, we can replace our LEDs, we have the materials to do that and the staffing to do that.
I will say yes and. It would allow us to do all of the basics that we're supposed to do. It would also allow the city to have infrastructure that many other departments use too. So for instance, one of the things that we're doing with some of our infrastructure is attaching cameras to try and enforce against theft and vandalism. Ms. Romero for Bureau of Sanitation uses those same cameras to enforce against illegal dumping. So there's going to be new things that we can do by having the right infrastructure in place.
Wonderful, thank you. Thank you so much, Chairwoman. Just want to emphasize again, we have to be surgical moving forward, and it seems like we're working against us to shrink this department or redirect this department, when very soon we could have enough resources for this department to thrive and do the work that it's been tasked to do. And thank you so much, Chairwoman.
Thank you. Councilwoman Hutt, you have a follow-up to that?
Yeah, just a follow-up on one of your statements. When you're saying other departments would use the pole or the cameras, would they be renting that space?
They would essentially be renting that space too. But in some of the partnerships that we would be looking for, either some type of cost sharing or structure so that we can maintain a system that can be used by multiple city departments.
Thank you.
Okay. Questions, memos? All right. Thank you very much. We appreciate the time, all the work. Okay, colleagues, just a reminder, we have many more departments to get through, 7 more. So we're gonna try and pick up the pace a little bit, limit our memos a little bit. We're gonna move on to the Bureau of Contract Administration. Hello, welcome. If you want to go ahead and introduce yourself and your team.
Yes, good afternoon, Chairwoman Yaroslavsky, committee members. I am John L. Reamer Jr., your Inspector of Public Works, the Director of the Bureau of Contract Administration to my right. I have Raul Mendoza, our Assistant General Manager, and to my left, I have Angelica Samaoya, our Division Manager, Chief Management Analyst over our Admin and Support Services. Thank you for this opportunity. On behalf of those who serve in the Bureau of Contract Administration, I want to thank Mayor Bass and her team for their leadership throughout this process, and I also want to thank Matt for his extended partnership, the CAO and their staff. It's been very helpful. In the midst of the economic challenges that we face, I also want to thank you for the opportunity to communicate our thoughts on this fiscal year 2025-26 budget and declare our commitment to, in the same way as other departments, protect and serve the citizens of this city with the passion and professionalism needed and deserved. The Bureau of Contract Administration, we serve as your eyes and ears in maintaining a transparent and consistent contracting environment through protecting the public from inferior and unsafe construction, protecting the worker from wage theft, and protecting business from inequitable procurement practices. So I want to pause and applaud the staff of the Bureau of Contract Administration, many of which are watching right now, many of which, dare I say, are concerned, as many of our Bureau family and our city family, over how this will go, and just thank them for being patient and persevering and understanding that the city family wants the best for all. And so I appreciate that. Our letter to you acknowledges that we had presented to us a reduction of 53 positions. And we proposed restoring 30 positions, 27 filled and 3 vacant. This letter reflects our commitment to names and not numbers. And I say that in this light. I so appreciate the fact that our greatest asset are our employees. Those who serve each and every day, they make the city of Los Angeles, and our efforts to serve the constituents and those who visit here with the environment that they receive. And so it communicates our desire to protect the Bureau and the city's greatest asset, quite frankly, those who serve. In our letter, we identified 2 areas, one being labor standards and business outreach, 21 positions, 14 of which primarily are in our Office of Wage Standards, 7 of which are in our Office of Contract Compliance, and then in our internal infrastructure support, 9 positions. We believe that in our letter, we identified offsets that align with that which the CEO has identified. We've shifted employees from general fund reliant positions to healthy special funds. We've provided ongoing expenses, account reductions, and we've covered both direct and indirect costs for those positions. Now, the one thing that our proposal does not do, however, it does not address all of wage enforcement, specifically Fair Work Week. But what it does do is it stabilizes us where we are right now, enabling us to maintain and preserve to a certain level. So once again, to the BCA family, thank you for all that you do. And to you, thank you for this opportunity, and I am happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you very much. We're going to start with Councilwoman Hernandez.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairwoman. And just be advised, I have 1 budget memo and 2 special study requests in my question. Thank you. Thank you for your very thoughtful proposal on offsets. I'd like to have the CAO report back on the feasibility of BCA's offset proposal, totaling $2.5 million, and ask the CAO to work with BCA on any adjustments that may be needed to make the proposal work. Now around the special study. We've been looking at various outdated fees in the city. It's like to get a permit to use a crane is less than $200. It's so many updates that need to happen. Do you also have inspection fees for your permits, and when were they last updated?
We do have fees that are associated with the various permits that we inspect, be it utility permits or permits for work that's done by a homeowner or a small business or a large business, and they were last updated in 2012. We are in the process of having them updated. We have identified a consultant to work with, and we would love your blessing to be able to move forward with that. Again, it's been roughly 13 years since we have increased our fees. A lot has happened since then. We definitely believe that it would be a benefit. We are one of the few departments that can provide revenue to the city because of the services that we provide, and so we welcome the opportunity to move forward with that.
Great, thank you. So I'd like to request a special study to ask BCA to report back on bringing permanent inspection fees up to date to fully capture the cost of staff and maintaining necessary systems, such as their dispatch and inspection scheduling system. And I know there's different definitions of whether it's a budget memo or whether it's a special study, what's the urgency, what lives and what doesn't. I just want to let you know that me and my team are very much invested in seeing this through. So it is a special study, but we're going to follow it all the way through. So I just wanted to say that.
Thank you.
And the last piece, we'll have a couple questions around, for example, you're getting cuts to your department, right? But what are these cuts? How do these cuts impact your ability to implement the new hotel worker minimum wage ordinance when it goes into effect, in light of the fact that the city will not be in a position to allocate additional resources for this new work program?
Of the 53 positions that were eliminated, half of them came from our efforts, the Bureau's efforts to protect workers and interface with businesses. The majority of them came from our Office of Wage Standards, wage theft enforcement. If this proposal is not met, I can't even begin to say how devastating it would be with respect to the city's commitment to protecting those who cannot protect themselves. Many have stated how important it is for us to define who we are in difficult economic times, and I would argue one place that we definitely should stand strong and proud is, as a city, we make sure that no one is taken advantage of. Over 60–70% of the positions that we lost came from our wage theft enforcement. We would not be able to enforce minimum wage as we currently have been. Right now, when we're fully staffed, it would take us about a year to carry out an investigation. This would move anywhere to the neighborhood of 3 to 4 years before we would be able to even begin an investigation. We currently have 188 open cases. Part of that is due to the fact that when we went through COVID and we experienced a hiring freeze here, our vacancy rate in our Office of Wage Standards was as high as 60%. And we just did not have the ability to respond to the complaints that come. You might say, well, how many complaints could you be getting? On average, in the neighborhood of 120 complaints a year. Now, just think that through 120 real complaints, and it's on a good day when we're fully staffed, it's going to take us maybe 120, 130 days, working days, to resolve one. So if we don't have these positions, wage theft would, for intents and purposes, not happen. Not just for minimum wage, but also for Fair Work Week, for the hotel worker protection. The number of ordinances that protect those individuals that come to work every day. And one could argue they're just a paycheck away from experiencing homelessness because they're the lowest wage earners in our city. They definitely need our protection. We're very proud of the fact that we're able to afford that. And that's why we worked so hard to present in our proposal something that would preserve where we are just to keep us afloat.
Can I add, Councilwoman, for the hotel worker minimum wage that you asked about, there are a couple of components there that would be new for us. That would be very difficult for us to absorb without new positions. That includes just enforcing the wage itself, but also the hardship waivers. So those business or those hotels who believe they can't comply with the higher wage amount, they will submit waiver requests or hardship waivers to us. So our not getting new positions for that would mean we may take a while to be able to review those, and also the housekeeping training program would probably take us a little longer to be able to implement and get it off the ground.
Great, thank you. My last question is, what opportunities for alignment do you see in your consolidation? Where are you seeing shortfalls? And how do you plan to strengthen policies that ensure small, local, and minority-owned businesses have equitable access to city contracts?
Wow. That's a great question. Let me use our work with LA 28, and not to get ahead of that conversation, because I recognize LA 28 is still going to be presenting to the council their plans for procurement and outreach opportunities. But the big thing that we found for many of our small businesses is they don't have access to information. And the Bureau of Contract Administration, for many years, we've made it our point to ensure that those businesses that do not have access, they have not been around, they're not quote-unquote legacy businesses, they have access to that. We started back in 2014, the Small Business Academy. And since then, we've had over 200 graduates, 250 graduates, small businesses that not just are able to take advantage of and engage in the procurement process in the city of Los Angeles, but the county, the state, private entities. And our goal has been to ensure that they have what it takes to be able to compete. When we looked at LA 28 and they're trying to come up with their plan, we focused on 4 areas. One, identify, not just for us, but also for the business marketplace, what is needed. An inquiry with respect to what do we have to offer and what does LA 28 want to offer. An investment from the standpoint of preparing them to do and respond so that they are quote-unquote blue ribbon contractors. And then an implementation piece. Procurement is not just a tool. It's an environment that transforms the city and the economy. And when we coined BOVIN many years ago, we did it under the standard of business assistance, reaching out and making sure that businesses have an opportunity to work. Another flagship program that we have is our Accessing LA, 3-fold program with respect to our Build With, our Rise With, and our Team With, focusing on construction, personal services, and small businesses. That operation was also impacted in this budget. Our division manager over the Office of Contract Compliance was identified as being eliminated. Many of the support staff were identified as being eliminated. So our being able to identify businesses, one of the roles that I also have, many may not realize that, is I'm also the city's designated business enterprise liaison officer, meaning that any federal monies that come here, I'm responsible for making sure that we follow the process and we make sure that opportunities exist. So it's critical for us to also stay fixed and focused on that effort. That is why we ask for those positions back, to not lose ground, not gain as much, but not lose ground. In our efforts with LA 28, we sent out over 20,000 letters to businesses to let them know about opportunities. We had about 600 respond back. We're in the process now of preparing for that investment piece where we train them and get them ready so that they can go and compete when LA 28 lets us know what opportunities will be existing so that our small businesses will be able to engage, not just LA 28, the Olympics, but the World Cup, the NBA All-Star, the Super Bowl that's coming back, and many other procurement opportunities both internally and externally.
Thank you so much. Thank you for that information. I'd like to end it by asking for a special study. I'd like to have BCA in consultation with CAO report back on the benefits and opportunities in consolidating the Office of Procurement within BCA, specifically as it relates to policy development, outreach and education, and leveraging RAMP to identify and prepare businesses in advance of the 2028 games. Thank you. Thank you, Chairwoman.
Thank you. Colleagues? Councilwoman Hutt?
Thank you. Thank you for being here. The proposed budget eliminates 85% of staff in the CAO's Office of Procurement and proposes relocating the office within the Bureau of Contract Administration. In Tuesday's hearings, we were told that this would impact RAMP significantly, along with other critical procurement functions. What is BCA's framework for bringing these functions into the Bureau? And what opportunities are there to ensure that they're able to continue to expand their work in supporting our small businesses as well as our city departments? So I just heard you say what, part of what you're doing for our small businesses, but
Yes.
if you could elaborate.
Yes, thank you for the question. The one thing that these harsh economic times have done is they've made it challenging for us to stay the way we are and change how we look. First of all, kudos to the Office of Procurement and what they've done. We've worked with them since their inception, we being the Bureau of Contract Administration. As I stated, when 209 hit the city of Los Angeles, the state of California, back in 1996, we responded then recognizing how important it was in the midst of an environment, and I think you all can appreciate where I'm going with this, where there was not a desire to have a type of DEI, not a desire to make sure that those underrepresented workers had a place. We had already responded, and we have already succeeded in being able to defend against lawsuits against our approach to how we engage the marketplace, and I want to frame it that way. RAMP is a tool, an extension of Bobbin, that creates, as I like to term it, an electronic marketplace where businesses can come and they can give and receive information. Does it need more? Most certainly it does. Will it be hampered by cuts? Absolutely it will. Does it mean that it should stop? Absolutely it should not. I can't speak to whether or not it does come to BCA or not. We did respond to the report back, and in that report, we shared a number of things that the Bureau is doing, and ultimately the policy decision will be made, and I don't mean to duck your question, but I recognize that that will happen. But if it does come to us, if that indeed is the case, I think it will be in good hands. I think that we can and will continue to work as we do now with that office and its staff to move forward what we all want to see, opportunities for those underrepresented businesses, making sure that they receive the proper training that they need so that they can do what they do oh so well. I'm back to my identify and inquire and invest and ultimately implement. RAMP can do some of that, but RAMP won't do all of that. RAMP helps set the stage, but the entire environment is going to involve that thing that we all know so well, that partnering and that working together. And that's what the Bureau of Contract Administration will bring to this if it is determined for it to come to us. Our continuation to work with businesses, preparing them, informing them, investing in them, and then implementing our plans and our requirements and our specifications, be it in private or public contracting, to ensure that they are not mistreated. It's back to the protection piece again. Again, we believe that our role is to protect the environment to make sure businesses can thrive.
Thank you. I'd like to request a budget memo on the Bureau of Contract Administration's proposed offsets as outlined in your budget letter. Thank you. That's all from me, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilmember McCosker, followed by Councilmember Blumenfield.
Thank you very much, again, for all of these responses. Have you seen the letter of April 28th from our colleagues Price, Jurado, and Soto Martinez?
I have.
Just to thank you, I'm glad you have. It talks about the cuts in our combating of wage theft and protecting folks, which you've spoken about. Something really, really is compelling and jumps out to me on the second page. The impact is especially severe for minimum wage, citywide minimum wage investigations. 13 out of 20 positions, 65% of the entire investigative team being proposed for elimination. And the assertion such a drastic reduction would critically impair BCA's ability to accept and resolve wage theft complaints. Agree or disagree, and can you amplify on that?
I 100% agree that if we were to lose the 13 out of 20, it would hamper our ability to not even adequately perform wage theft enforcement. As I alluded to, we currently have 188 open investigations.
It says if enacted, the city would be forced to turn away cases altogether, and workers may face delays for 3 or 4 years before their claims are addressed.
I agree with that statement as well. Absolutely, I do. And that's one of the reasons why we worked as hard as we did in our proposal to you, to find the necessary resources to keep those 13. It does not in any way prepare us for what's coming our way with respect to, again, the hotel minimum wage increase and the fair work week.
Very familiar with the letter then, because it says, furthermore, these cuts would significantly weaken Los Angeles' ability to take over new enforcement responsibilities, including the citywide, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but citywide hotel worker minimum wage ordinance.
Those are true statements. Those are very true statements. And the city has come a long way.
I'm sorry?
Way. The city has come a long way, both in ordinance and staffing our office to get to where we are. And I would hate for us to not slide, but just fall backwards. And again, to repeat, that's why we did what we did to preserve those positions that we have that are filled. It doesn't, again, prepare us for what's coming, but it allows us to hold. Now, with that said, with the positions that are, erase that, the requests that are coming our way, that being Fair Work Week for fast food, that being hotel minimum wage, as Raul Mendoza alluded to with respect to the waiver review for businesses or hotels that believe that they should be exempt, or the training piece, training component. That for the state has allowed cities to enforce rest break, meal break, overtime, or minimum wage. Those items coming our way, we don't have the staff for that. So we would need additional staff. I'm not saying that we can't absorb to some extent. It will impact the length of an investigation, but if we don't have the 13, there will be no investigation. We will rely solely on private right of action, and now we're asking those who are the least of us, who do not have the resources, to try to go through a private right of action to get back what they should have received for a business that's headquartered or located geographically in the city of Los Angeles. We've prided ourselves in the Office of Wage Standards and the Office of Contract Compliance on the three wages that this city has identified are important, be it prevailing, living, and minimum wage, to make sure that those who work here are treated fairly and they are paid properly. We are dealing with homelessness right now. And I would argue that one of the reasons why, one of the contributing factors to that is individuals who are not getting paid. I could tell you story after story after story that many would not believe it to be true of contractors who will give an employee a check, walk with them over to a liquor store, have them cash that check and give the money back to that employer. We've seen those things happen. Councilmember Blumenfield asked for us to engage in, on our prevailing wage side, a strategic enforcement effort to ensure that we're able to get in front of these elements and catch them before they happen. We've partnered with the building trades on the prevailing wage side, and we are partnering with those on the labor side, service-related labor side, for a type of partnership, what we refer to as a joint labor compliance monitoring approach, to bring as many people as we can into this, because the city of LA, it outpaces Chicago, New York when it comes to wage theft. And it's unfair, and it's unfortunate, and it's shameful. So that letter that you received is absolutely correct. It's unfortunate for me to have to tell you that. That's where we are, but that is also why we put as much energy as we did in our request to you, because we definitely understand and appreciate how our greatest asset are our people here and the people that we serve.
Thank you. I've heard this from you personally, one-on-one. I appreciate you repeating that for the public that's watching. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Blumenfield.
Thank you. I've always appreciated the great work that you do and the partnership that we've had over many years. Very concerned about the proposed budget. I certainly support all the efforts you're putting forward in terms of the swaps to try to make things happen. I did want to ask, though, about, to restore the general fund positions, we're doing the shifting staff from general fund to special fund. Is there something that we will no longer be able to do that those folks were previously inspecting, that because they're on the special funds that they will no longer be able to do that they were doing because they were on general funds? Even though we need to do it to save the folks, I want to have eyes wide open in terms of what we're giving up.
No, I thank you, and I appreciate the question. And I go back to the protect and serve. Our investigators and our inspectors don't have badges and they don't have guns, but they still protect and they still serve. And so the last thing we would do is walk away from any construction project. Every year, we make it not only a practice, but we're quite proud of the fact that we zero-based budget. We take our cup, we turn it upside down, and then we work on how much are we going to fill it with. And we do that by working with our partners. We have a construction workforce schedule that outlines and identifies all of our programs and all of our projects. And we're monitoring them on a regular basis, on a revolving 24-month cycle, to see what projects are sliding and what projects are working. In the budget, the CEO also identified in its capital improvement program or projects, a list of projects that we have also identified as sliding. So we are not abandoning anything, but we're able to move inspectors onto programs that are special funded, fully funded, or healthy funds, as one would allude to, such as Measure M or wastewater type projects. So we are not in any way compromising. We are not removing from an active project, but we're able to, that's one of the benefits of our bureau. Our inspectors are well trained to move from project to project. And you need not worry about that. We're not compromising at all.
Well, that's good to hear. Also wanted to ask about the ways to make the inspections more efficient. I'm told that different inspectors are responsible for overseeing the work of U permits, where the right-of-way needs to be cut into for utility work, and B permits such as sidewalk. Similarly, are there ways to make that more efficient? Maybe also with virtual inspections. I know we've started that in certain areas, in home inspections and some of those kinds of things. But are there other opportunities to work smarter? Are there things that we could do as a council, authorities that we can give you that may be holding back these kinds of efficiencies, or technological ways to do inspections faster and more efficiently?
The easy answer would be to say, give me more inspectors. But I won't say that, especially in times like these. I do appreciate the question, in that one of the things that we have recently done is we've created what we refer to as PAM, our Project Assistance Meeting Place, where virtually we're able to meet with developers. And this is in support of the mayor's efforts to bring about affordable housing. And we wanted to expedite the ability to have a developer obtain a certificate of occupancy. Sometimes they wait until the last minute to call our inspectors out, and many times they act as though they don't know what they're doing. I can appreciate consistency, and there are many developers that want to see the same inspector. Unfortunately, we don't have enough inspectors for that always to happen. So what have we done? In our PAM, we've stood up virtual videos, or videos, quite frankly, that give information with respect to what to expect when your inspector comes out. And most recently, we posted one that shows an inspector going through the process of how we're going to meet with you, how we're going to check your grade, what we're going to look for when it comes to do your removal. So that way, what we want to ultimately have happen is for every contractor, every developer, when they take a look at this, they will already know what to expect from our inspector when he or she comes out there. And that way, we're trying to make it easier and bring about that consistency, using technology to do that. It beats having to necessarily meet with us right away in the field. They can already have an idea of what to expect. So we agree with you. We've provided our inspectors with both laptop and a upgraded cell phone, because we also are trying to move away from paper-based communication to electronically communicating as soon as we can the acceptance of work, and interfacing back and forth with project developers or their superintendents or foremen or forewomen to make sure that whatever they need, we're able to provide them. So I do appreciate the concern over seeing different faces. And we're working to make sure that we get as much information to the marketplace as we can.
Okay, thank you. How many employees are there in the construction inspection side of BCA? And related to that is, what challenges will BCA face without an assistant director over the 4 functional inspection branches?
We have 4 divisions on our inspection side. To answer your question, 239 currently inspection positions. And it's varied with respect to the responsibilities they have. A lot of it is district work with respect to the permits that were alluded to earlier. Some of it is for proprietaries, be it DWP, the airport, or POLA. What does the assistant general manager do? The assistant general manager brings about consistency. Where you have 4 division managers, that one person is important to make sure that when we look at this, one could argue, 470 square mile area of City of Los Angeles, how do we make sure that whether you are in Silmar or San Pedro, that the inspection is going to be the same? And that person, that pivotal person, for lack of a better way of saying it, the one who's at the front of the ship telling everybody, row, 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 and rowing all at the same time to make sure that we have harmony so that we're going straight and never going in a circle. Critically important. On all of our projects that are awarded by the Board of Public Works, we ensure that we partner. It's important for us to make sure that we have a close relationship with our contractors. And in that partnering effort, we establish what we refer to as a issue resolution ladder, so that things just don't fester from the lowest level, that contractor and our inspector. It moves up to the supervisor and then ultimately to that assistant general manager before it gets to me. And this is to resolve issues so that we can minimize any delays that might happen, because any delay that happens, it doesn't just happen to that contractor. It happens to the community that will be impacted by this work not happening or this work stopping. So it's a critical part of who we are and what we do.
Thank you.
Thank you. I just have one question. Will elimination of filled positions prevent BCA from meeting state-mandated 30-day construction invoice processing deadlines? Should be a quick one. And are there fines that the city would incur if we weren't compliant?
Well, let me answer it this way. We do have payment positions that have been identified, and we address those in our proposal. They're part of our infrastructure. Our systems team, part of our infrastructure. All of this plays into our ability to make sure that our contractors are compensated within 30 days. We're going to do everything we can to make sure that happens. If we do not get these positions, yes, it could impact that. It definitely could. There is a state mandate with respect to, for construction, that a contractor is compensated within 30 days from our receiving an acceptable invoice. And our process is that we meet with our contractor in the field and discuss to make sure whether or not it's accurate. And once it is identified to be an accurate request, the clock starts. When we don't have that system support for our electronic means and our accounting clerks, it will impact our ability to deliver that payment within 30 days. So another reason why I so appreciate your accepting this proposal, so that we can make sure that our contractors are compensated.
And you're saying that accepting this proposal will provide for that and ensure it?
Yes.
Okay. I have no more questions. Colleagues, questions? Okay. Thank you so much. We appreciate
Thank you very
you
much.
and your team and your time.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to go out of order here. And take DWP next. I understand the general manager has a hard out of 4. So colleagues, we're going to need to go fast. And then we'll hear from Rec and Parks right afterwards. Thank you, Rec and Parks, for being flexible. Welcome. Please go ahead and introduce yourself and your team.
Yeah. Good afternoon, and thank you to the Budget and Finance Committee and Chair Jaroslavsky for the opportunity to share the DWP preliminary budget for 25 and 26. It is preliminary. We have not presented the final budget to our commission, and that's coming in the next couple of weeks. I am Janice Quiñones, the CEO and Chief Engineer of LADWP. I've been here almost a year. May 14 will be my first anniversary in the department, and I'm very honored to lead this organization of over 11,000 employees that keep water and power flowing 24/7. And I'm very, very honored to be here and share our 25-26 budget with my colleagues here, Brian Wilbur, the interim AGM for power, and Samuel Collins, senior AGM for water, and Ann Santilli, our CFO. Just a high level on our budget, our finances continue to remain strong. While we're supporting the city, we have a separate budget funded by our rates and our ratepayers. And for 25-26, our preliminary budget is about $9.291 billion. And for staffing, we have approximately 12,803 funded positions. We will get into more detail, and we'll get into more detail on the numbers of the positions in the preliminary budget, but I also want to emphasize that this budget shows our commitment to strengthening LADWP resiliency, reliability, and sustainability, and continue to plan for our LA 100, LA 28, and other major initiatives. With that, I'm going to pass it to Ann.
Good afternoon, committee. I'm Ann Santilli, and we do have a short presentation for you to walk through our budget. So for fiscal year 25-26, the department has a preliminary net appropriations budget of $9,291 million. 50% of this proposed budget is to support the power system capital expenditures and operating and maintenance costs. 21% of the proposed expenditures are for water capital expenditures and operating and maintenance costs. 18% of the budget is for fuel and purchase power, which is expected to support 52% of our renewable energy for fiscal year 25-26. 3% of the budget is for purchased water, and the remaining 8% is for bond interest and redemption and other costs, net of capital contributions and other miscellaneous revenues anticipated. The preliminary budget has a total compensation amount of $3.1 billion with regular labor of $1.9 billion, roughly $400 million for overtime, and $850 million in benefits. This represents a $163 million increase over last year's budget, of which 88% is attributable to 765 new budgeted positions. LADWP strategic transformation includes creating a more sustainable power supply, a more sustainable water supply, maintaining high water quality, high power reliability, all while minimizing rate impacts. For fiscal year 25-26, the proposed budget to support the power system strategic investments is $4,666 million. This is broken up into 5 categories that help the department meet its strategic goals. Power reliability spending, which supports mostly our transmission and distribution assets, is $1,917 million. Renewable portfolio standard spending of $542 million, which supports generation and transmission to support renewable energy. Infrastructure spending of $918 million. Energy efficiency of $159 million. And operating support, which includes power system share of customer service, information technology, and other joint operation costs, is $1,124 million. Let's look at power system reliability. Power system reliability programs aim to replace key assets in an effort to maintain reliability for energy services. LADWP has about 320,000 poles. They require inspection, maintenance, and replacement, and support pole-top transformers. And in some cases, they have light fixtures on them as well. Our goal is to replace 4,000 poles next year and 13,900 cross arms. Power system maintains more than 126,000 distribution transformers. Replacing or upgrading existing transformers to account for increasing load is required to provide customers with reliable power and a better customer experience. Our goal is to replace 1,340 transformers. We also have metrics that measure the average outage of frequency and duration our customers have. Our goal for customers is to have an average outage of less than once per year, and on average have less than a disruption of 115 minutes. Power reliability spending is 41% of power capital O&M budget. On the energy transmission front, Power supply sustainability has three parts: renewable energy, infrastructure, and energy efficiency. Under renewable energy portfolio, DWP is investing in wind, solar, and storage and geothermal projects to further its renewable energy portfolio. Eland Solar and Storage was the most recent project that was placed into service. Transmission upgrades play a large role in this area. For this fiscal year's budget, one of the large ones is the McCullough-Victorville Transmission Line project, which is expected to add 475 megawatt hours of renewable energy sources. Infrastructure and energy efficiency are also components of this. Under the infrastructure side, we are replacing Unit 8 at Haynes Generating Station to take it off of ocean water cooling. And we also have energy efficiency projects since 2010 that have a wide variety of programs that are budgeted for $159 million. Looking at the water side, for next fiscal year, the proposed budget to support the water system strategic initiatives is $1,938 million. This spending is also in 5 categories that help the department meet its goals. Infrastructure spending, which supports distribution mains, trunk lines, and other assets, is $738 million. Water supply of $354 million, which supports stormwater capture, water conservation spending, and LA aqueduct additions and betterments. Water quality spending of $425 million supports water reuse, water treatment, and some distribution. Owens Valley Regulatory, which includes Owens Lake operation and maintenance, is $75 million. And operating support, which is water's share of customer service, information technology, and joint costs of $345 million. We'll look at water supply sustainability. For our next program year budget, our goal is to have 240,000 feet of main line replacement installed and trunk line installation of 13,320 feet. Trunk lines provide the transmission capacity to move large amounts of water across the city from reservoirs and tanks to smaller distribution main lines. Prioritizing this spending will help us maintain our service and reduce the amount of leaks in other areas. We also have 2 parts of this, which is stormwater capture that we plan to do. This budget has $97.2 million, and we have investments for our North Haywee Dam of $41.4 million. Looking at our water supply, if you look at the graph on the left, you can see that our average for the last 4 years had MWD purchases of 50%, local water supply of 9%, and our LA aqueduct was 41%. Based on the current fiscal year and average hydrology, we believe we'll have fewer MWD purchases at 35%, local groundwater supply of 22%, and LA aqueduct of 43%. Looking at water quality, 2 main projects that are in our water quality budget for this fiscal year is our Fairmount sedimentation plant of $46.2 million. This project will improve raw water coming through and reduce sediment in water delivered to the LA aqueduct and also the State Water Project East. This is a multi-year project that is expected to be completed in 2031. We also have our groundwater replenishment project, also known as the Donald C. Tillman project. This project is underway. For this program year, we have $88 million budgeted for our spending on this. It is a joint project with the Bureau of Sanitation and the Environment, and we expect to complete this by 2027. And as always, we have our back office operations. A lot of our spending for this year that we wanted to highlight was on our IT, our infrastructure replacement. We are doing our enterprise resource planning solution work days. We have $78 million planned for this year. Our customer care and billing system will be migrating to the cloud, and we have $43.9 million. On our GIS system, we have $12.3 million planned. And then for cybersecurity investments, we have $37.9 million. Based on our current spending and proposed budget, our residential power bill on average is competitive. We maintain financial metrics, we develop long-term financial plans, and we proactively manage our costs to maintain rates. Also, based on this budget, we do have a preliminary proposed city transfer of $227.9 million. On the water side, based on our current spending and proposed budgets, our residential water bill on average is in line with similarly situated water utilities. Customers have embraced conservation, and over 50% of our water customers use less than 8 billing units per month. On the water side, we maintain our financial metrics, we develop long-term plans, and we proactively manage costs. This budget was submitted to our board on March 11th for approval to share with others. We plan to go back to the board on May 13th with our final budget, and we will have that transmitted before May 31st in accordance with the city charter. And that concludes my presentation.
Wonderful, thank you so much. I just have a question unrelated to the budget, but you note that in past years, the percentage of local water was at 8 or 9%, and for 25, 26, it's going to jump to 22. Is that because of Tillman or some other project coming online? What accounts for that big jump?
The biggest increase will be with Tillman.
Okay.
Tillman is going to produce 22,000 acre feet
Great.
of water per year.
Okay, thank you. I was very curious. First of all, thank you for being here. I know that this is not something that DWP usually does, comes and presents to this body during this process, so we really appreciate your time and the presentation. Super helpful. I have a couple of budget-related questions, and then I'll turn it over to colleagues. So the mayor's proposed budget notes 2 MOUs proposed with DWP, one with BSS and one with Street Services. Can you describe briefly the work that DWP needs performed under these MOUs? What are folks moving over there to do?
And somebody want to talk about the first one?
Sure. So we actually have an MOU that we established back in 2020. It's an MOU with the CAO, but also with 7 other city departments and bureaus. It was an MOU for $40 million. It expires later this year. Currently, what we're doing is talking to the CAO's office to extend that by at least another 2 years. There's still around $21.6 million left in that MOU. So the idea is to extend the duration of the MOU and use the funds that are remaining there. We have a variety of different things projects potentially that could be used to use this funding. A lot of it is paving. We have a lot of needs for paving in some of our reservoir properties and some of our jobs as well. So that will be obviously work that can be done by Street Services. We always have needs for inspection, especially specialized inspection, where if it exceeds our capacity, we could use contract administration to do that work as well.
Okay, great. One more question, sort of a macro question. How do you see macroeconomic trends impacting your work in the coming year? I'm thinking about wildfires, the push for undergrounding, tariffs, federal rollback of major energy investments, et cetera. It's kind of just a bigger question.
Very loaded
How are you
question.
going to manage for all this risk and uncertainty?
Yeah, I think that's the question that everybody's asking, is how they're all coming together at the same time between tariffs, workforce, wildfire, a need for infrastructure investment. I think it's going to be a changing environment for the industry in general. There's a lot of conversations in Sacramento and the federal government about what is the future of utilities, how is the federal government and the state supporting that, what is going to be the code changes and enhancements. And so we're in deep conversations now to understand what the financial position will be for us in the next couple of years. We don't have a concrete answer on all the costs of the wildfire, especially with litigation coming on. But we are very proactive in having these conversations in the federal government and in Sacramento and with FEMA and Cal OES to ensure that we optimize all the availability of funding so that we don't impact our ratepayers as much as they could be impacted.
Right. A lot to consider. Okay, colleagues, questions? Councilwoman Hutt.
Thank you so much. Thank you. When do you expect DWP to begin to look at rate increases for power and water?
So we have a consulting RFP coming to the board in the next couple of months to start looking at our water rates. So I'll pass it out to Ann for the details.
We do have an RFP out. We expect to bring it in the next few months. Our plan is to do water rates first, and then after that's completed, then we would go to power rates.
I think it's important to note, though, that the expectation on the bond market is that we should go for rate structuring, and we hear it all the time from our rating agencies.
Thank you. I just have one more question.
Sure.
What do the current recruitment and retention rates look like for linemen and other field staff?
I'll pass it over to Brian, but I'll tell you that we are probably gaining one lineman a month and losing maybe one a year now, so we're at pretty steady state. So, Brian.
Yeah, and I think we've pretty much kind of turned that corner where we were losing so many linemen on a regular basis, and over the last year and a half, or actually over the last 2 years, it's kind of turned that to we are recruiting from the outside and getting, I would say, about 1 to 2 a month coming in, as Janice said, and our retention still remains about the same. We have about a 65% retention rate from our linemen.
Can you say that number again?
About a 65%.
65.
Graduation rate from our lineman in-house training program. But we do have a much better retention, so we don't have anybody leaving after they graduate. So that number's gone down to 0.
Thank you. That's all for me, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Councilwoman Hernandez, followed by Councilmember McCosker.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairwoman. My question is around water trucks. How many water trucks are available for events? Are there any plans to expand this program? As it gets hotter in the summer and we're all organizing our community events and trying to have zero waste events, it's really helpful to have this asset. Can you talk to us a little bit about that?
When you talk about water trucks, sorry.
Go ahead.
When you talk about water trucks, we do have a truck specially made for events where you actually can refrigerate the water. It's been very popular. We actually in the process of getting a second one. It's typically used at different events where folks can bring their reusable containers, get water, which is actually chilled, and be able to come back over and over again. So we have one, we're getting a second one, and we will continue to assess the need. And if we need to get additional ones, we could do so as well.
Great. What's the cost to have one of these? Oh, go ahead, sorry.
No, we also have mobile hydration stations that are deployable to events. So it's not just the water truck. We are expanding our mobile hydration stations program as well.
By how many?
Right now, we've installed over close to 300 mobile hydration stations, and it's not just DWP. It's something that we do actually in partnership with other departments. We are looking to expand that even more, especially with the Olympics coming and the World Cup coming. We see a need for us to have more of these hydration stations throughout the city. It's a good way also to promote the brand of the city of Los Angeles and the great water that we serve. I don't have a specific number to tell you, but I can certainly get back to you with that information.
Wonderful. Chairwoman, are we allowed to ask for budget memos from this department or no?
Yes? Sorry, Sharon? Yeah? We can, yes.
Great, thank you. Well, yeah, can y'all just report back on adding additional, I know you said you have 2, but see if you can add an additional 2 water trucks, please?
Sure, we can look into that and report back. Absolutely.
Yeah, thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairwoman.
Councilmember McCosker.
All right, we just witnessed a breakthrough in the charter. Good job. Wow.
Yeah.
That was big. I have 2 thank yous and a question. And it relates to hydration stations, actually. I want to thank the department for leaning in real hard this past year on our Watts Water initiative, where there has been lead, identified in water sources. And I appreciate that through your leadership, you leaned in hard. I appreciate your leadership in making sure that we had hydration stations ready, and I know that work is continuing, so I want to thank you for that, and we'll stay on that issue and run it all the way to ground. Hydration stations in our developments, by the way, are fantastic, and maybe it's a great idea to think about, how we work with the department, the agency, to make sure that during the summer months we have opportunities for hydration stations and cooling areas. That's the thank you part. And the next thank you is on your work with us this past year down at the port to make sure that we are identifying those power interruptions that have various causes on the meter side, on each side of the meter. Yep. So I appreciate that very much. But I also want to ask you about future plans to make sure that we are providing additional energy to the port, clean energy to the port, and battery opportunities, and everything that we're going to need to make sure that we decarbonize down the port operations. So if you could just give us a few words on that. It is budget related because it's your investment.
Yes, and we have a full plan for the port. We're tracking that on a dashboard, including upgrades to a station, receiving stations to add more areas to feed the port by itself, so it's not sharing the same station position. We're also improving the distribution system in the port to ensure that we don't have more faults in the area. It's an aging infrastructure. We're looking at undergrounding some of the infrastructure and working very closely with the port partners as well and EPRI to identify any issues on their side of the meter, and I'll pass it up to Brian if he has any additional information for Paula.
The expansion of the receiving station down at our harbor generating station. So expanding that, adding an extra bay is going to feed a lot of that new load coming to the port.
Well, great. Well, thank you very much. I look forward to continuing to work over the years to make sure this comes to fruition. I appreciate the cooperation between the both proprietary departments to make sure that we can get there. So thank you.
Councilmember Blumenfield.
Great, thank you. A couple things. One, the transfer obviously is something that affects our budget quite a bit. If you could talk a little bit about how it's calculated, and also a few words to explain to folks who are maybe hearing about it of why we do it and how it's different than the IOUs where we don't charge a franchise fee and we don't charge lease payments on our properties, and why that works. But tell us what is it going to be this year, and how approximately how is it calculated?
I'll just start by saying it is a calculated amount based on our wholesale sales, and I'll pass it off to Ann on the total amount. I think $220-some million this year.
The department currently has two rate ordinances, our capped rate ordinance and an incremental rate ordinance. We make a transfer on the capped rate ordinance. Our energy sales for this fiscal year is estimated at 21,741 gigawatt hours of energy. And at the capped rate ordinance rate is 12.628 cents. When you multiply that many kilowatt hours of energy times that, you get $2,745,000,000. 8% of that is $219 million. That's the bulk of the city transfer. The additional portion is our wholesale sales. Sometimes it's a very warm summer and we have high wholesale sales back in 22, 23. So that also has an 8% transfer on it, as well as some small amounts we have for customer charges and rents. That's how we calculate the transfer. And the transfer, the department doesn't pay property taxes within the city. We don't pay franchise fees. And it actually started as a way when the city issued bonds to buy the distribution system from Southern California Edison. And we had to make a transfer to cover that debt service. And since that time, the transfer has always continued as part of the city budget.
Right, because if it was an IOU and we owned, and there would be dividends, there would be all sorts of other ways that the owners would be essentially being compensated, which we as a city are not, and that's the difference. Okay, just wanted to put that out there. This is also an educational opportunity for folks. Sort of narrow question, but if big customers like LAUSD, like the City of LA, like UCLA and others worked collectively with DWP under an MOU with specific metrics and goals to produce a gigawatt on public land, for example, would that exchange of free land for renewable energy benefit the ratepayer?
We would have to look at the whole project. It's hard to say now, but we'll look into it.
Yeah, and I know that's talks have already started on that. I wanted to put that out there, and that's sort of an on-ramp for me to ask for a special study, not a budget memo, but a special study in coordination with the mayor's office to request DWP and instruct BOE and GSD to report back to the Energy and Environment Committee, the Budget and Finance Committee, with an MOU to streamline and fund energy efficiency upgrades and address equipment obsolescence, ensuring city departments have a clear pathway to electrify operations, eliminate emissions, host renewable energy assets, and achieve long-term savings for the city ratepayers. Anyway, something we're working on, but I thought this is a way to kickstart it a little bit. So I'll put that out as a special study. Second, also just, as you know, I mean, I had a motion recently for ground-mounted solar to really get that moving, and that's passed the council, and by it'll make more land available for renewable energy, eliminate needless hearings, red tape, and it's my understanding that planning and DWP have some work to finish before the council can actually fully adopt and implement the changes. And just using this opportunity, I know you guys are working with planning to thank you for doing that and to encourage you to continue to do that, because that's also another way ultimately, not only is it going to create a tremendous amount of energy, it's going to be a savings for the budget for the city long term. But I won't ask for any special study on that, but I just wanted to daylight that a little bit. So thank you. That's it.
Colleagues, questions, comments, special studies? Okay, thank you so much for being here. We really appreciate the time and all the work. and
Thank
the
you for having
partnership.
us.
Okay. I'm going to ask whether you all are okay with a 5-minute break before we move on to Rec and Parks. Cool. Councilmember McCosker. All right, can we go ahead and call the roll, please?
Yes, ma'am. Yaroslavsky.
Here.
Blumenfield.
Present.
Hutt. Here. McCosker. Here. Hernandez. Present. 5 members present.
Wonderful. Thank you. We're going to move on to Rec and Parks. Welcome to the table. Please go ahead and introduce yourselves.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Yaroslavsky and members of the Budget and Finance Committee. Jimmy Kim, General Manager of the Department of Recreation and Parks. I am joined here today by members of my executive team. To my right is my Executive Officer, Matthew Rudnick. To my left, my Chief Financial Officer, Noel Williams. And over here to my left again is Chinnery Stoneham, Assistant General Manager of the Recreational Services Branch, Brenda Aguirre, Assistant General Manager of Special Operations Branch, and Kathy Santo Domingo, Assistant General Manager of our Planning, Construction, and Maintenance.
Wonderful. We received your letter. We've all read it. Is there anything from there you want to highlight, or should we just jump into questions?
I did want to highlight 2 main points. I did want to first thank the committee for this opportunity to address you. I also acknowledge and recognize the serious financial situation facing the city, and so Rec and Parks would like to be part of the solution. So as I noted, I did want to highlight 2 main points before we jump into questions. First, the proposed budget eliminates 192 full-time positions. That accounts for about $14.7 million in salary account reductions. So the position eliminations include position authorities in all of our major program areas, including aquatics, recreation center operations, park maintenance, and construction, as well as our park ranger division. 11 of the deleted positions are currently filled, and their deletion could trigger displacement and possibly layoffs. Another dozen of these positions have been approved through PCH, and we're in the process of onboarding, but that approval has since been revoked. Additionally, it cuts about $5.8 million of expense funding, including overtime, hiring hall and supplies, and overall, this represents about a $20 million reduction to the Recreation and Parks budget. As proposed in my letter, I am requesting that the committee consider restoring some funding for overtime and hiring hall staffing and partially restoring critical positions. I am proposing to offset these costs by restoration, or the cost of these position restorations by reducing our as-needed part-time salaries by $9.2 million. This will help us avoid layoff and restore critical positions without an impact to the city general fund. The second key point, what I wanted to highlight, is a budget and policy issue for Recreation and Parks. So under both the proposed budget and under our alternative proposal, if adopted, next fiscal year would mark the first time that the general fund would no longer subsidize the Rec and Parks budget, meaning the RAP charter appropriation and the Rec and Parks self-generated revenue will fully reimburse the general fund for all RAP-related costs. Considering that the general fund subsidy would be eliminated, I am requesting that RAP be exempt from the prioritized critical hiring process, otherwise known as PCH, similar to the library departments, as well as some of the other proprietary departments. An exemption will help us mitigate service impacts and better stabilize our operations. And that concludes my opening remarks, and my team and I are here for any questions.
Wonderful. We're going to turn it over to Councilwoman Hutt. Can I just start off by asking for a memo on the feasibility of implementing the offsets proposed in your memo?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you, Councilwoman Hutt. Floor is
Thank you,
yours.
Madam Chair. Thank you, RAP, for being here. I'm going to start with your last item, which is prioritize a critical hiring process. I'd like to request a budget memo that looks at exempting RAP from the PCH process. So I'll start there.
Thank you, ma'am.
And then I'm going to move on to, given the scale that proposed position eliminations, it's clear that RAP will face significant challenges in maintaining core services like park maintenance, youth programs, on-site supervision. This is so important to me, being a single mom. That's the only way I kept my house clean, is that I was in the parks till sundown. Your budget letter is true. Even my kids went to the preschool, so I have a question about that too. Your budget letter proposes reducing the part-time budget by $9.2 million to help restore critical full-time positions. How would the proposed $9.2 million reduction to the part-time budget help restore full-time capacity while maintaining seasonal and program needs?
The department is going to be reevaluating all of our services, which includes services to our community. We will make sure, as we have always done, to have our most impacted communities have subsidized programming to ensure that we keep costs down. So our alternate proposal will give us the flexibility to be able to shift funds to make sure that the most needy of our communities remain subsidized.
Thank you. I'd like to request a budget memo to report back on the operational and fiscal impacts of the proposed shift.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. And then RAP was one of the departments most successful at hiring through a targeted local hire program in 24-25. Are there any of the field positions currently proposed for layoffs, ones that were filled through TLH, and are any of the vacant positions proposed for elimination eligible for TLH?
Thank you for your question. There are no positions proposed for elimination that were hired through TLH, but there are positions that qualify for TLH proposed for elimination in this current proposed budget.
Do we have any idea how many
Just
eligible?
Good afternoon. One of the main classifications that we are able to fill through TLH is our gardener caretaker. It's our entry-level grounds maintenance classification. I think there are about 30 or so, 38 identified for elimination. So that would be a class that we are going to be proposing position restorations for, and that, to your point, we can fill through TLH.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to request a budget memo on the resources needed to restore one gardener caretaker at Venice Beach proposed for deletion.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thanks. Okay, last one for a moment. The letter the mayor transmitted yesterday clarifies that the child care centers will all remain open while an RFP is run to identify contractors to run the centers moving forward. What will be the impacts of proposed eliminations of 2 vacant and 6 filled child care center positions? And then I have some subsequent questions for that.
I'll go ahead and venture an answer. Matthew Rudnick, Executive Officer. Our intent, as you stated, is to maintain operations at the child care facilities. We were instructed as part of last year's budget to prepare an RFP to identify outside service providers to operate some of the currently RAP-operated child care centers. We may need to authorize subs or restore without funding some of the positions you just identified that are on the table for elimination, so we can maintain those operations until outside operators transition into the facilities for operation.
I see. For me, this is almost like a personal question, because I would have been freaking out if they told me my child care was gone. Because you build a relationship with those folks as a parent. That's who you're trusting your little perfect mini-me to. How will you ensure impacted families are effectively communicated with and consulted with on this transition?
Throughout, as Matt noted, we're going out to RFP for the childcare centers that are proposed to be taken over by the non-city vendors. And throughout that process, we're going to make sure that we're communicating and keeping the current enrollees involved in that process of what's going to happen, what that transition process looks like. We'll also be going to our board with a rates and fee structure so that it's very transparent in terms of what the cost will be and who the new providers will be as they come in. So we want to make sure there's a seamless transition, even a little bit of an overlap, so that that transition happens seamlessly.
And if I could add, Councilwoman, we need to strengthen that communication with our parents and families. As you mentioned, those relationships are built with the city staff, and we also need to do a better job communicating with the staff that are impacted. It's obviously an uncertain kind of time in terms of moving from an in-house operated program where a facility might then be operated by an outside provider. So we're going to strengthen those communications, have them more regular, and continue that, and likely come back to committee with an update on the status as we move forward the contracts that will be a result of the RFP process.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Hutt, Councilmember Blumenfield has a follow-up to that.
Sure.
Before you move on.
Follow up on the child care, and it's great that we're doing this. I know last year part of the issue was some of the sites didn't have enrollment or only had one or two, and so it was inefficient. So we really need to scale this to make it work. Have you, in addition to the RFP process, are there other opportunities like grants? I mean, most of the child care money is not city. It comes from the federal government and the state government. So what are we doing to leverage the dollars that are allocated by our government partners for child care?
Right. I'll defer to our CFO, Noah Williams.
Did I turn it on?
It's on.
Thank you. So the department already has applied for grants. I think that our strategy will be that as we select partners, hopefully many nonprofits, we would ask them to be subrecipients. I do want to clarify that these seem to be state grants, but also, to my knowledge, not affected at this time by the federal actions that are taking place, but also that the people who qualify for the grants, it's not the facility, it's the participants who meet the income requirements, and it's a sliding scale. So, and there's at least 10 slots for the every child care center that would be that. And some of those fees are like $25 a week. So, and then I believe that the rest of our would be income-based, so that you have a mix. So.
Great. Thank you.
Yeah. Councilwoman Hutt.
Thank you. I have another question about the child care piece. Do you have any idea, because you bought that fee, what the cost for families to attend a contracted child care? Was it going to be scaled? Because that's so different.
Yeah, we'll provide a report back. We would need to provide, we would need to look at the overall costs and the providers that we choose, but we want to make sure that whatever cost it is, that it's equitable across all of the centers, so that, again, the neediest of our communities are able to access these services.
But that range is so different between, a child care center and what you get at the park. How are we going to balance out?
Well, I think, in terms of just regular operations, the cost to the provider in terms of rent, right, for the facility, because it's a city facility, it'll be very, very low, right? Mm. And so that'll help make sure that the cost is equal across the board.
Mm. Okay.
And one other thing I'd like to, just also, we received ARPA funds for these, so these facilities are when they are turned over, are basically turnkey. So there's not going to be what I would call a huge capital investment by our partners, because we will have used federal funds to refurbish those facilities. So
but you do know people are but on private childcare or childcare centers, if they're not getting a subsidy from somewhere, you know, they're spending almost $1,000 a month, you know, like $250 a week for somebody under 5. What can we do?
Well, I mean, you know, just recently coming out of childcare for young kids, you know, I've had opportunities to speak to some of the providers in terms of like the rate increases, right, over the years. And a lot of it has to do with the cost of, you know, just renting or leasing property.
Mm-hmm.
And again, because, you know, we're city facilities, our lease agreements are going to be in a way that could help keep costs as low as possible.
Well, I'd like to request a budget memo on what those costs look like and what the contract and the progress of the RFP will be.
We think that's something that can come back in time?
Yes, we could come back with
Or a special study will work if that'll give you more time than budget.
Will do.
I'll ask for a special study. I also have another question. This is about the charter amendment. Does it make sense to study a charter amendment to right-size the formulas to meet the department's needs?
I would agree and say, yes, it does.
Okay, then I'd like to request a special study to have RAP analyze and come back with recommendations for a charter amendment to increase the RAP funding formula.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. That's all for now, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions. Oh, sorry, Councilwoman Hernandez had a follow-up.
Yes, follow-up to the child care centers. So we have a child care center in Highland Park, the big greenhouse. And right now it's out of commission because there was an agreement with the private provider, but the building essentially became, it got into a status of disrepair and it became unusable. And right now it's not being used because of the lack of maintenance. Could I add to your special study, Councilwoman Hutt, to make sure that in these agreements that you all are putting together, that maintenance and accountability on that is a part of the conversation and a part of the agreement, so that not only are they using the space, but that they're maintaining it so all the federal dollars that we've invested in are protected, and you know, we get more bang for our buck and longevity on that.
Absolutely.
Is that okay, Councilwoman?
I'm
Great.
totally
Thank you so
fine
much.
with that add-on.
Thank you. I have new questions, but I'll pass it back to you, Chairwoman. Thank you.
Okay. I have just a couple questions, and I'll turn it back to Councilwoman Hernandez. In the proposed budget, there's funding for 1 security officer to support homeless-related services. Under this section, it's noted that 3 vacant equipment operators are not continued. How will this impact park services as it relates to homelessness?
Well, I mean, it'll definitely impact services, but our proposed alternative proposal will help restore those positions as we identify the critical positions to make sure that we have the appropriate staff for homeless-related services, which includes our rangers, as you know, support our homeless outreach programs as well. So as part of our alternative proposal, it'll identify those positions to restore.
Great. Just one more question. Is the department currently able to leverage private donors or licenses to use logos, et cetera, to help generate funds?
It varies. There's a lot of restrictions behind using logos, and so, you know, a lot of the bigger donors, for just being very straightforward, they don't really want to work with the department because of the difficulties in how we recognize some of these donors. So the easy answer is some we do, but for the majority, we're not able to, just because of the sign ordinance and some of the processes in the city.
Can I ask for a special study or report back or whatever it is? It doesn't have to be for next week, where you work with the city attorney on a report back on what changes to current policy, ordinance, whatever, need to be changed to make it easier for you to do this?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll turn it over to I guess Councilwoman Hernandez for a couple questions, and then Councilmember Blumenfield.
Thank you so much. And just please be advised that I have one special study and 2 budget memos. Are there opportunities to further monetize RAP-owned property, both within the city and outside of it, for additional revenue-generating opportunities, whether it's more weddings, parties, camping trips, or corporate retreats?
Yes, that is something that we're thinking about and really exploring to help with additional revenue, as a source of funds to come into the department.
Wonderful. I'd like to request a special study on potential revenue-generating opportunities for RAP-owned property, both within and outside of the city of LA.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I'd also like to request a budget memo requesting, RAP is requesting to restore $6.2 million in full-time salary dollars. Can you please provide us a list of which positions you would like to restore?
Yes, absolutely, we will.
Thank you. And is there an opportunity to implement sliding scale fees for RAP facility activities and initiatives?
Yes, and again, that is one of the other initiatives that we're thinking about in terms of making sure that our neediest communities accepts or receives the subsidies.
And that the communities that can pay a little more.
That's right.
Pay a couple cents more. Wonderful, thank you. I'd like to request a memo on potential fee increases that keep facilities and programming accessible and affordable for low-income families while generating additional revenue to fund full-time positions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairwoman.
A follow-up from Councilwoman Hutt.
Can I add to your request that you add an average maintenance turnaround time on that, on your budget memo? Is it a budget memo or a special study?
Was it the special study on requesting potential revenue-generating opportunities? Sure, yes, let's add that in.
But
That
you
was a
also
special
talked
study.
about job loss and.
Yes, so, and I did a budget memo on getting RAP to provide us a list of positions they would like to restore in their full-time salary, using their full-time salary dollars.
That's where I'd like to add
To
it.
restore
And
that.
also, what does the maintenance piece look like?
Okay,
And the turnaround time for facilities.
okay. Is that's
It's clear. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Blumenfield, and then Councilmember McCosker.
Great. Thank you. I think I agree with all my colleagues that we need more money for rec and parks. Although I may disagree on changing the charter amount of appropriation because I hate ballot box budgeting and locking in amounts. But what I do see as a potentially more reasonable way to get forward and something that may be achievable is the son of Prop K, is getting that next Prop K going. And I know we're working on that. So I want to get a sense from you of the status of the effort and when the council and the public can actually be able to review and help shape what's going to be included in that measure, because that's critical for us to move forward. I know you've completed the survey recently. We got to get the public engagement, and I also wanted to know if in this new Prop K, if we'll also have maintenance, because that's one of the issues with the old Prop K is that it didn't have enough in there for maintenance. So as the years went on, I mean, you know this better than anybody, but as the years went on, we had these great capital projects and not the maintenance to keep them going. So tell me about where we are with Prop K, what we can do to help with that, and if there's anything in this budget that is going to be slowing that down, because I want to put the pedal to the metal on the son of Prop K or whatever it's going to be called.
Yeah, I'll start off by saying we have embarked in a parks needs assessment citywide.
We have a what you said?
A parks needs assessment.
Yes.
Citywide. I'm going to have our executive officer add more to that, but that is kind of the first step in terms of the next step for another, the new Prop K, so to speak. So I'm going to have our executive officer, Matt Rudnick, provide more information.
Thank you for the question, Council Member. And as Jimmy mentioned, as part of last year's budget, we received funding to engage in a comprehensive citywide park needs assessment, which, as Jimmy mentioned, really looks at the last 25 years of investment in the park system. as Prop K funded a lot of amazing projects, it's sunsetting. And there were challenges with Prop K as it relates to specified projects and how the structure of that measure. So we want to learn from that experience. What the needs assessment is doing is looking at the condition of all of our park facilities. It's getting input from the community. We're doing 2 rounds of significant input. You mentioned we just concluded we're finishing a citywide community survey. We're doing all kinds of outreach with a consultant group at our rec centers. Many of you you're hosting in your district some of our needs assessment meetings. And what the needs assessment will help do is determine what kind of investment does our park system need in the next few decades, and that will set the groundwork for a new parks funding measure moving forward. So we're really doing all that due diligence this year through the end of the calendar year, and then it will be up to the city family and potentially advocates to look at a future funding measure for parks.
Can I ask a follow-up to that?
Yeah, of course.
Would the new Prop K, I mean, I guess we could write it however we wanted to write it, but would it be required, or would the idea be that it would pay to build the things that are contemplated in the park needs assessment, and how prescriptive would that be? Or is that all to be still worked out?
It's essentially to be still worked out. There's different models of how you could structure it. Where a couple good examples are the county's recent Measure A process and grant categories of funding and different kind of methods of how you identify and prioritize funding categories and essentially where those dollars need to go in a sequenced and strategic way based on equity criteria and other demographic information in terms of where the need is.
Okay, and what's your timing on developing this new proposal?
So again, the park needs assessment will conclude at the end of the calendar year, and as we do that, there will need to be work done, whether it's a citizen-led initiative or something that council puts on a ballot for a future funding measure. So it depends on what ballot we'd be targeting for a new measure.
Okay, thank you.
And of course, the current Prop K sunsets next year, right? So unless we get this on the ballot right away, we're going to have a gap.
Correct. Yes.
In fact, that's probably unavoidable at this point. So what can we do to expedite this? And do you have the resources that you need vis-a-vis, doing everything we can to put the pedal to the metal on Prop K?
Yeah, I would say we're working as with extreme efficiency on the park needs assessment. If you recall, the city did introduce a measure on the ballot that failed, and we're doing what we think that legwork now to make sure that something that goes forward is successful, so that we have all the pieces together and all the information together that demonstrates the need to voters for why we would need to proceed with a measure.
So when we start talking turkey about projects, will that be in the fall or when we start publicly being able to discuss what could or couldn't be on that?
Yeah, I would say so. The park needs assessment currently, we're not identifying specific projects to add to a list. I think that will come later, so probably I would say towards the end of the calendar year into next year.
Okay. Okay, go ahead. Or I should say to the chairs. Go ahead.
Thank you. So what's the earliest election that we can put this initiative on the ballot?
Yeah, so, November.
Sorry if it was asked already. I missed it.
November 2026 would be our target for the next ballot measure.
That's the earliest we can do it?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. That is all. Thanks.
Yeah, I just wanted to add that, our timeline is based on trying to get it onto the 26th ballot. So everything that we're doing is timelined out to get onto that ballot.
Okay. Does the budget provide all the resources needed to meet our obligations under the LA 28 regarding the Play LA program?
The proposed budget does propose elimination in some recreation positions. And so our alternative proposal will help us identify, as I said earlier, those positions are considered critical. And so by approving this alternate proposal, we should be able to restore those positions so that we could deliver our Play LA program to the full capacity that we have.
Right. But that's not just a discretionary action that we should take, that's a legal action that we really have to take in order to meet our legal obligations. Is that right?
It's you know, the way the agreement is structured is that we are to spend a specific amount of monies, and so anything that is left behind, obviously we want to be able to hit our targets, which is about 20 million a year on recreational programs. So the simple question is yes, like we want to be able to expend that money before 28 comes around.
And it's not just the amount that's spent, isn't it also prescriptive, like we have to have 4 fencing classes or whatever it is?
So the budget as adopted, the budget as proposed, we would meet our contractual obligations under the youth sports agreement. Council's adopted what we call our project plans annually that projects out all of the classes, all the programs, all the youth sports that are funded. Typically, we beat those projections. We're enrolling more youth in those. And so, as Jimmy mentioned, there are a handful of positions that we'd like to restore just to make sure that we're maximizing the use of those dollars at rec centers. But we're in good shape on those contractual obligations.
Great, good to hear. Last thing I wanted to ask about is, you talked about the FEMA, OES, the reimbursement amounts. Tell me about what you're thinking on that, and explain a little bit about what's being reimbursed. It's work that we've already done that Rec and Parks paid for out of its budget. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
Did you want me to go ahead?
Yes,
Thank
please.
you. So, for example, I'll just use the Palisades fire reactions. We spent about $600,000 in overtime. And we diligently work with the CALO to provide that paperwork to FEMA and Cal EOS, the California. And we just want to make sure that that funding, whatever is deemed appropriate by FEMA and reimbursed to the city, comes back to us, especially as we are moving into a non-subsidized department. We need that money back so that we don't have to cut services because we're doing response to emergencies.
I got it. No, and I like that, and I'll ask for a report back with the answers.
Councilmember,
Yeah.
maybe that's a process we undertake already. Whenever a special fund, including library, recreation, and parks, front funds any expenses that are reimbursable from FEMA, we do a reconciliation with those funds to make sure that they are repaid before, that's why we deposit the funds in the Disaster Services Trust Fund as opposed to bringing them on as general fund. It was different for COVID because it was a disaster unlike anything else, pandemic, and so we treated those FEMA dollars a little bit different. But for kind of the typical disasters that are declared and we're responding to, that is a normal course of business for the city, where we will receive the funds and do that reconciliation with those special funds.
Okay, so you're saying we don't need any reports that it's going to happen
I don't think we
automatically?
need a report back because it is what we do now.
I just would like to make sure that we get a reconciliation, for example, quarterly. We seem to be having more and more emergencies, and so I would request that we get a reconciliation as it relates to RAP from the Disaster Trust Fund.
Okay, well, certainly can do is there any thoughts on that, Ben?
I mean, the report back would say, yes, we'll do it. So I'm just answering the question now.
I think that's fine.
Okay, so that's great. You'll do it. We don't need any more reports back.
No, but we just want to make sure that happens. Thank you.
Perfect. And I should say, whenever we talk about it being a non-subsidized department, you're right in the sense, but I do want to point out the 300 million or whatever the number is that's charter mandated, that is general fund. So it's not that it's not general funded. It is general funded. It's just lockboxed by the voters. And again, that's not to take anything away, because I
absolutely
think we
agree
need to
with
spend
you, but
more money on Rec and Parks. It's one of my top priorities. But I just, in terms of the way we describe it, I just want the public to understand that
Right. Thank you.
our Rec and Parks money is general fund money. It's just money, 300 million of it is money that the voters have said a certain percentage, just like the library, can't be changed by all of us here. It has to be indicated. Follow-up.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Going back to the assessment, does the timeline fluctuate any which way if it is a citizen-led initiative or if it is an initiative that we decide to place on the ballot?
My understanding is there's obviously a signature gathering process for a citizen-led initiative.
But we could decide to put it on there, right? We don't need to do signature ballots? Signature gathering?
Yeah.
So how does that fluctuate the timeline then? If we, as a council, decide to put this assessment on the ballot?
It would give more time for the development of maybe what goes on the ballot if it was put on by council. I would note that the threshold for voter approval is different under either model.
Got it. Thank you so much. Thank you, Chairwoman.
Councilmember McCosker.
Thank you very much. First of all, I really appreciate the sliding scale memo that you're asking for, Council Member, and maximizing revenues at the facilities, all those big picture things. I'm a big fan of taking you out of PCH, but you're not special. I want to take everybody out of PCH. But let's talk about Cabrillo Beach and the Cabrillo Marine Aquarium. Agreement between the Port of Los Angeles and Rec and Parks. Port of Los Angeles pays for every position at the Cabrillo Marine Aquarium. Cabrillo Marine Aquarium is going through a major renovation. All the life support systems are being changed. And for some reason, while we're changing all the life support systems, there is a proposal to remove construction and maintenance supervisor, one, from the Cabrillo Marine Aquarium. I don't want a memo. I don't want a special study. If I have to ask for a memo, I will ask for a memo. Let's fill the position. The port pays for it. If that's a memo, just the memo can say, okay. That's all I need, because we need to fill that position, and it doesn't cost us a penny. The other one is weirder, actually. We also have a marine aquarium curator paid for by the port, which is in PCH. Exhibit 312 of why I don't like PCH. The port pays for it. We need a curator at the museum. We're waiting for the curator. It's in PCH. Again, I can ask for a memo, but just let's get it out of PCH, get it approved. And the memo can say, okay. That's all I need. And I suppose if there's a memo request, just for peace of mind, are we funding are we filling all of the positions that the proprietary department of the Port of Los Angeles pays for at the Cabrillo Marine Aquarium? It is an important asset for education. It's free to everybody who comes. It serves all of our kids across the region, and we should be filling all those positions because the Port of Los Angeles pays for it. So are the positions filled? And if not, when are they going to be filled? That's what the memo is going to ask.
Thank you.
I have one more question. So the proposed budget includes a chart for the capital projects and planning program, which shows a substantial increase in the additional number of residents served by a park within walking distance. It states that an additional 30,000 plus residents will be served by a park within walking distance. That's perhaps one of the best pieces of news we've discussed today, if that's accurate. Since 2021, that figure of additional residents living within walking distance of a park has hovered at around 5,000 or less. How is the proposed budget going to deliver on that dramatic increase when the capital projects program is slated to see more than $1 million decrease and receive no additional positions? Is there a project that's coming online in a very dense neighborhood that we don't know about, or?
I'm going to defer to
clarify
Kathy Santo
this.
Domingo, our planning construction maintenance.
Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Council Member. There are currently about $75 million that was given by City Council through the budget process about 3 years ago. A part of that is basically for capital maintenance of projects. There's about 75 projects on that list. We are about halfway in delivering those projects. A number of those projects deliver new parks or renovation of parks that have since been closed. So capturing those projects is a big chunk of the increase. Our commitment with regards to the ARPA funds is to complete all of the construction by summer of '26. So that's the big realization. All of those projects are delivered by either Recreation and Parks in-house staff through our planning group and also with our contractors. Also, a handful of those projects are delivered in partnership with Bureau of Engineering. So we're full force to get those. All of those projects are currently awarded for construction. So we're looking forward to all of the openings by summer of '26.
Great. I just have one more question. The proposed budget adds regular authority and 11 months funding for one position, 7 months funding for 4 positions, and 1 month funding for 1 position, $1 million, to support various new and expanded facilities based on their scheduled opening dates. Are the current resources available for new and expanded facilities enough to meet any grant deadlines that require certain facilities to open by a specific date?
Two things. Once, I think we revised that because some of the projects have been delayed, so the need will be somewhat less, about half. So I would say that this is a common thing that you will see in every budget as we either create new parks or new services. So I would say that we probably will need an allocation of about $500,000 in our proposed budget, which I believe was included as a recommendation.
In your
In
letter?
our proposed budget.
Our alternate letter.
Okay, so this will be encapsulated in the memo we're going to get back.
Well, it's already in our proposed budget, I believe.
If I could add, Councilwoman, so we're funded, and the construction projects themselves, they'll be completed and will meet our closeout deadlines for the grants that fund those projects.
Okay.
I think what's at stake is just overall across the department, our ability to continue maintain the existing parks and facilities we have, not to mention new parks that we're adding to the system.
Right.
Right.
Okay. Thank you. Colleagues, any more questions, comments? Okay, thank you very much. We appreciate you.
Thank you so much.
All right, next we're going to hear from the Department of Building and Safety.
Good budget cycle.
Oh, that's a good one.
Welcome. Good afternoon. Please
Good
go ahead-
afternoon, Madam Chair and council members.
Please go ahead and introduce yourself and your team.
My name is Osama Yunin, General Manager of Building and Safety. I'm joined by my colleagues, John Waite, Executive Officer of the Department, NMA Yutan, Assistant General Manager over Resource Management, and Devin Myrick, Director of Government and Community Relations.
Great, so we received your letter. Thank you for that. Is there anything you want to highlight from that letter, or do you want to just get into questions?
Well, I'd just like to highlight, we're getting cut 24 positions, except for one. The rest of them are in code enforcement, which would have critical impact on our operation in the Code Enforcement Bureau. The department does have proposals to minimize the number of cuts, and hopefully we'll be able to present that during the questioning.
Can you just bring your mic a little bit
Oh, I'm
closer?
sorry.
Wonderful. Councilmember Blumenfield's going to lead us in these questions.
Okay, great. First, I want to start by thanking you, Osama, for all the hard work that you and your team do, always working with all of us, but particularly with my office on building and safety issues in the West Valley. I want to recognize how much I appreciate your help with construction on the first city-owned ice rink in the city, which is in Reseda, which we're getting so close to getting open. Building safety does so much important work in the city, making sure our buildings are safe, not only during plan check and construction phase, but also once buildings are completed. So they stay safe during the years that follow, which is primarily the Code Enforcement Bureau, and you brought that up, and I wanted to daylight that a little bit in terms of the impacts that the proposed cuts in the code enforcement would have and what it would mean to your ability to address nuisance properties and properties that cause blight in the neighborhood.
Yeah, thank you, Council Member. The ice rink, I was told next week will be all done. Yes, the Code Enforcement Bureau performs critical functions, a lot of them related to life safety. When you talk about illegal construction, illegal electrical work and such, vacant, abandoned buildings, they're dangerous to communities. And the cuts, like I said, are primarily in the Code Enforcement Bureau. The VBA, with the vacant abatement buildings, they're getting 50% cuts. The general complaints are 25% cuts. And again, we're hoping we have proposals to help it offset that.
Great. Well, I want to formally ask for a report back on the possible alternatives to the deletion of the positions providing critical code enforcement services citywide, including the reductions in other expense accounts or realigning duties from some positions to reduce the burden on the general fund, which is basically what you put out there.
Thank you.
And then just a question about, how we can increase our efficiency of code enforcement. And I know you've already started to do this with some virtual inspections with, residential. Do you see us, are there ways to take that to the next level with virtual inspections and letting folks document things, that we can then inspect it to save time for the inspectors going back and forth?
Yes. So the virtual inspection program has been very successful for us. We're doing thousands, which saves a lot of trips for us, but it's also for the contractors because they don't have to wait a window of 2 hours. We tell them exactly we're going to be there at this time and we'll be there at that time. Code enforcement, I think there's an opportunity that we need to explore. So code enforcement, it takes an actual inspector to go to the field to verify that there is an actual violation. But once that's identified, if there is construction work related to fixing the work, that's definitely something we can look into integrating the virtual inspection into it.
Great. No, I just would love to see, us leverage as much technology as we can and give you the support to do, more with less, because everything that you do is going to create more economic development in our area and obviously health and safety. So I've asked for the report back and so I guess similar to the virtual inspection, the self-certification, if there's more that we can do on that front as well. We've already made some progress there. Do you see that as another front of streamlining possibilities?
Yeah, absolutely. And we just got the mayor's order to do self-certification, and we are working on developing the guidelines for it, and we'll be done in about 2 to 3 weeks and publishing those guidelines.
Great. Well, that's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I'm going to go to Councilmember McCosker, and then I'll come back to you, Councilwoman Hernandez.
Thank you very much. Last week, the mayor issued an executive order instructing city departments, including yours, to suspend the collection of fees associated with rebuilding the single-family structures and duplexes destroyed in the 2025 fires. It's an admirable goal. Has LADBS suspended collection of department fees? Have you started doing that?
Yes, we have.
Thank you. I would just ask, now this is a suspension, so I would ask the CIO what the fiscal impact is of suspending the collection of the fees and what's expected over the course of the suspension. And that's in a memo. And I would ask right now whether the budget proposal accounts for these offsets or, for this loss of revenue, or if it has any offsets proposed.
Actually, the current budget does not include those offsets. We do plan to release a report on the waiver of those fees early next week. And we would have to find unrestricted funds to cover those waivers.
Okay, so then, so I realize you're doing it, but you might as well bring it back to us. So that's an instruction for the CAO to report with the fiscal impact of suspending the collection of fees associated with the rebuilding of the single-family structures and duplexes that were destroyed in the 2025 fires. Thank you.
Follow up on that, just to add to the fee, make sure that we're looking at the fees, what is and isn't covered by insurance when we go for the fees. Because I'm all for suspending all the fees to get things to move quickly, but I also, I'm looking out for the people, not the insurance company. So if there are fees that are covered by the insurance company, I'd like to delineate the difference.
And to add to that, some of the people applying are the people who lost their homes, and some of the people who are applying have purchased property from people who lost their homes. And so query whether we want to extend this to everybody or just to the people who lost their homes. Because I don't know that we need to extend this to companies that are coming in and on spec buying these properties to redevelop. Would love to know what those options are. Councilwoman Hernandez.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairwoman. Hello, thank you so much for joining us today. Can you please explain how the addition of a brand new position for a Chief Financial Officer is expected to improve services at DBS?
Yes, thank you for the question. So the Department of Building and Safety over the past years, the financial responsibility and fiscal impacts we've had, that position would oversee hundreds of millions of dollars in special funds. It's not just the enterprise funds. We have a lot of special funds, and we've done, like now we're doing a project to replace our permitting infrastructure, which is like $30 million. Our demand for appropriate fiscal oversight has grown tremendously, and the duties of this position align much more with that responsibility than an assistant, like a bureau chief, which is meant for more of an operation of a plan check or inspection.
Understood. Thank you. Thank you, Chairwoman.
I have one question, and then I'm going to go to Councilmember McCosker. So given that DBS already has 591 open vacancy building abatement cases, how many more open vacant building abatement cases would you expect in the upcoming year with the current deletions? And what kind of public safety and or liability impacts to the city overall would you estimate would happen because of this cut to the vacant building abatement team?
Thank you for the question. So it's hard to predict how much increase we'll have because that's something we don't control as a department when buildings become vacant. But what does get greatly impacted by the cuts, I mean, VPA is being cut by 50%. We will not be able to monitor these buildings as we're supposed to. We will not be able to take the appropriate action to make sure they're corrected and take the abatement process. The same thing with the general complaints. 25% are being cut. That will definitely have a serious impact on our responsiveness.
Okay. Councilmember McCosker.
Thanks very much. I have a question about code enforcement, the matrix consultant, and I have a larger consolidation question. So last year we talked about matrix and the consultant to help streamline and modernize code enforcement. Can you just let us know how that's going and what we can expect in this current coming budget year?
Yeah, absolutely. And I'll ask AGM and MAU-10 to comment on the contract. But the purpose of that consultant will come in is to help us compare us to other cities, come up with efficiency measures we can use, work with council officers to see how we can tailor the operation so we're more focused. Right now, code enforcement, anything really is a code enforcement. Any code violation is a code enforcement.
Yeah.
And I know a lot of times council officers, it's like they want us to focus on certain things.
Right.
And they will help us with that. We do have the contract out, and I'll ask NMA to provide an update.
So the contract is currently being reviewed by the city of
Can you speak into the mic, please?
Sorry. The contract is currently being reviewed by the vendor and the city attorney. Once
Okay.
the review is done, then we will be forwarding it to the city, to the CAO and to the mayor's office for ED3 review.
So let's say it makes it through for the executive director review and gets put out in the coming months. How long do you expect that engagement to last? When will we get recommendations back from Matrix?
So it will depend on, I guess it's only one vendor, but it will depend on the type of study we want them to do. So it could be from the end of the fiscal year. I mean, I'm sorry, the calendar year. So around.
Okay, so it'll be in
November,
this
December.
fiscal, we would expect it in this fiscal year. So then I would.
Sorry, Councilmember, calendar year. So it will be around.
In this calendar year,
Yes.
yes. Thank you. I understood what you were saying, I just misstated it. So then I would ask that we add an instruction to Exhibit H that asks that the recommendations from the LADBS Code Enforcement Matrix Study be presented to the Budget and Finance Committee, the Planning and Land Use Management Committee, and any other relevant committees with the associated costs as well as cost-saving measures to implement the recommendations, assuming we will have recommendations that are good to be implemented.
And Council Member, as a follow-up, it's not just the operations, we also want them to look at our technology, just to make sure we have the best that we can have for purposes of tracking, for purposes of
Yes.
reporting, and so forth.
Yeah, I think a lot of us are looking forward to a streamlined process for code enforcement that provides due process to those against whom we're enforcing, but also results for the surrounding neighbors who put up with these code violations. Thank you. The other is also an Exhibit H request, and I'd ask you to just reflect on it for a moment, but I'll be asking the CLA to add an instruction under departmental consolidations and functional transfers within Exhibit H that would contemplate the consolidation of development services among the following: the Planning Department, LADBS, Public Works Bureaus as appropriate, and DOT. Thoughts about a consolidation of development services?
I just heard it right now from you, so
Yep.
I know the idea of consolidation between departments had come up in the past, and
Yes.
consultants have looked at it and did not have favorable outlook on it. Each department does something different.
Right.
I think it's something we need to look into and
That's
come
what
back
this
to you.
note is for. So thank you. So you agree it's something to look into. Thank you. I appreciate that. And I did put you on the spot. I appreciate you just reacting. Thank you.
I'll just echo that and say I think a lot of people are very frustrated with how lengthy and frustrating it is to try and get a project through the city of LA. So I appreciate that and hope that we can figure out how to start to move that forward. I have a couple more questions. What's the status of single stair reform, which is Council File 25-0247, and a citywide self-certification program, CF 25-0043? My understanding is that both have passed the council and are sitting with your bureau.
The single stair, I know the department is working on that motion with the fire department, and I was told it's 90% done, so it should be coming to the committee sooner than later. The self-certification, the motion, the building and safety portion is already done, and it aligns with the mayor's order. But the motion talks about work with other departments, so self-certification goes across the board to all the departments involved in permitting. So we've been working with the others, and as soon as we get the information from all the other departments, we'll plug it into our report and submit it.
Okay, when do you think the timing is on each of those? And do you have the resources, the staffing resources you need to get it done quickly?
We have the resources for what the portion of the building and safety is going to do. It's just what I cannot speak to what other department is going to have in there.
Sure. Okay. I think I can speak for at least many of my colleagues that we're looking forward to both of those things moving forward quickly. Councilwoman Hutt, did you have some fingers up or? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I have a few questions. One is, when was the last time the department's fees were updated?
So the last major update it was in 2008. And since 2008, there have been, what we're aware of, 2 fees that were updated, one in 2011, one 2017 for code enforcement. Besides that, we're not aware of any updates. And they are due for updates, 2008 till now. It's been a long time, and we know that for sure because for the past 2 years, we've under-collected. Our revenue has been about $30 million below our expenditure. And if we continue on that path, we're seriously going to jeopardize the enterprise fund. So we have hired a contractor to do a fee study, and they are in the process, and they're supposed to be complete with it by the end of June.
Thank you.
For the building and safety portion of it, yeah.
Thank you for that. How many filled and vacant inspection positions are proposed for elimination?
So we have 24 cuts altogether, and one out of the 24, one is accounting clerk and another one admin clerk. The rest of them, 22, are all inspection positions.
And are those inspection positions revenue generating? Or I should say, how many positions are revenue generating?
I mean, they are revenue generation, but it works per unit. So each unit generates revenue. We would have to find out what each unit generates divided by number of people to give the average revenue generation per position. We could do that.
Thank you. So I'm going to request a special study on the feasibility of implementing inspection fees that would make inspection positions either cost neutral or full cost recovery. And then I'd like to request a special study on the feasibility of scaled fees and fines for repeated code violations. So if we have a repeat offender, he's paying $64. It shouldn't be 64
Absolutely.
next week. Okay. Basically, I'd like to look at targeting locations and properties who have the same repeated offenses on an annual or even more frequent basis. And to me, it doesn't make sense that everybody's paying the same thing. If they know, oh, all I got to do is pay this fee, and it's not growing, they're not motivated to do better. Thank you.
That's a good point.
My last one is I'd like to request a budget memo on the impact of staff reductions to code enforcement, which kind of goes along with Councilmember McCosker's, to the Code Enforcement Bureau to help reduce blight, enhance public safety for residents and businesses, address home sharing violations and other illegal uses investigations, and enforce zoning codes. This analysis would include alternatives that would not impact the general fund. Thank you.
Happy to do it. And just to your point about aligning of funding, just by shifting the AIM program alone to the enterprise fund, which makes a lot of sense because they are revenue generating, we are able to save 14 positions, inspector positions.
Save 14?
14 inspector positions.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Those are all my questions.
Thank you. I just have one more question. So the contract for unpermitted cannabis enforcement is totally deleted in the proposed budget. Does that deletion mean the current plan for enforcement is no enforcement, or is enforcement happening elsewhere?
Yeah, the program does need funding because there's 2 things that need to happen in that particular program. You need the building and safety inspector, and oftentimes, because of LAPD wants to do this after hours, we need to pay that inspector overtime to do this off-hour inspection.
Who wants to do it off hours?
LAPD, police department. And the other part of it is we have a contractor that actually places the padlock on there, and they need to get paid. So we do need funding for that program to continue. We do have about $57,000 right now in funding that we can use for the contractor. But once that's gone, we won't have any funding to continue that program.
If we collected business tax from unpermitted cannabis sales, would we be able to cover enforcement costs?
If that money is transferred to building and
Right.
safety, yes.
That would be one way of helping to fund enforcement.
Yes, as long as we get the funding,
Right.
we'll be able to do it.
Okay. Thank you. Colleagues, questions? I think it's maybe more to finance to allow them to go after. And then, yeah, I don't think so. Thank you very
you.
much. Appreciate it. You came up without me even having to ask. Welcome to the table, planning. Good planning,
Chair.
excellent.
Thank you. We are accustomed to reading agendas, so thank you very much, Chair and members of the committee. Good afternoon. My name is Vince Bertoni, Director of Planning, and I'd like to introduce the team who's joining me at the table. We have to my right Kevin Keller, Executive Officer. Also, just down the road there, Lisa Weber, Deputy Director for Project Planning. We have to my left here, Annalyn Rosillo, who's our Chief Management Analyst, and then next to her, Arthi Varma, Deputy Director for our citywide policy. I really want to thank the committee today to give us this opportunity to address the department's budget. I'd also like to thank everyone who worked on the budget to put it together. I know that was a huge challenge, especially this year, so that's all very much appreciated. As a department, our work is deeply rooted in looking forward to the future of our city, and now more than ever, this work is vitally important. The work of the department is mandated by state law, the city charter, and multiple city ordinances, and our services really aren't replicated anywhere else. Simply put, this is city planning in any city is essential. And as a department, we've worked closely with the City Council, and we've been at the forefront of many of the City Council's highest priorities, including housing and homelessness, economic development, wildfire recovery, and preparing for the 28 Olympic and Paralympics. I know that the City Council understands the importance of the work that we do and has really actively shaped what we do as a department. Just to highlight a few important accomplishments that we have done, in terms of housing, before you can build it, you have to entitle and approve it. So earlier this year, we adopted the Housing Element Rezoning Program called CHIP, where we created the capacity to build over 500,000 more homes in the city of Los Angeles to meet our housing crisis head on. In terms of jobs and economic investment, this year we recently adopted our new downtown community plan, which brings in another 100,000 more homes as well as 35,000 more jobs. We've also created new zoning, which actually streamlined our processes to make it more efficient. The department approves billion-dollar investments in our economy and provides employment and tax revenue for the city. In terms of rebuilding, we have risen to the challenge of helping the Palisades rebuild after the devastating fires by looking forward and moving quickly and removing barriers for people removing their homes and businesses while not losing focus on the rest of the city. Now we understand this is a very difficult budget for the city. The proposed budget eliminated 35 of our existing positions, as well as 25% of our filled positions, which would result in 1 in 4 of our employees being laid off. It's important to note that 74% of planning's direct cost is special funded, representing 79 of the 115 filled positions proposed for elimination. Our special funds have revenue collections to offset but not eliminate costs. Fees are subsidized in many instances to promote public participation and due process, items such as appeals, specific plan and overlay reviews, nuisance abatement work, and commission and board hearings. Because of the nature and the breadth of these cuts, it would really significantly impact the department's ability to address some of the council's highest priorities. As it stands, the budget could have several outcomes. It eliminates revenue-generating project planning positions for the city that would reduce service levels and delay housing and economic development projects. It could incur significant legal liabilities by insufficiently staffing the department to meet multiple state and local laws. This could result in millions of dollars of fines and legal fees annually. It puts at risk multi-year investments that are anticipated to be completed next year, such things as the Southwest Community Plans, the Harbor Community Plans, the Cornfield Array Seco specific plan amendment, and the General Plan Environmental Justice element. On a broader scale, these cuts would result in further limitations on our local control over land use policies and regulations, which over the years have been encroached upon by state law. Failure to comply with state and federally mandated project review timelines can result in penalties and de facto approvals for development proposals. This budget also cuts some of our staff that implements new technology tools and limits our ability to continue to innovate and utilize technology to enhance and streamline our work. The budget also eliminates community-facing programs where staff engages directly with neighborhood councils, neighborhood groups, and individuals to keep them informed of planning initiatives and answers questions. We're here together to find solutions. We've outlined some of those solutions in our budget letter that includes potential additional sources of revenue to offset those proposed cuts. I really want to show appreciation and gratitude to the city planning staff. They've been responsive, problem-solving, and dedicated servants. These are really tough times when you're faced with a budget that has so many potential people who would lose their job in a short period of time. It creates a lot of uncertainty, but in these uncertain times, we all stand together. We faced a lot of challenges together over the years, and just like before, I'm hopeful that we can come together and find a solution. We greatly appreciate all of the work and collaboration we had with the City Council, and we're looking forward to working together to solve these problems. So thank you.
Thank you, Vince and team. I just want to start off by thanking you for being here and just make some comments about the function of planning in the city. The people of LA, whether they know it or not, have been intimately touched by the work of the city planning department. City planning and the women and men who work in this department have been doing the hard work of diving deep within neighborhoods to do everything from creating housing incentive programs to identifying environmental justice solutions to conducting zoning reviews. Planning staff know our city's communities, their histories, their infrastructure challenges, demographic shifts, and other important contexts that make LA the special place that it is. Planners take all that context and turn it into policies through our general plan, or craft geographic information like our zoning maps. Planners have also borne the brunt of state-mandated rules and short timelines. So I'm going to turn it over to Councilmember Blumenfield to get into the weeds and ask some of these questions. I ask that you please relay this committee's appreciation to your staff and know that we are intimately invested in restoring as many jobs as possible because we understand fundamentally how important planning is to Los Angeles and to our city's future. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Councilmember Blumenfield to kick us off with the questions.
First, I want to start by start by echoing that sentiment, expressing deep appreciation for the work every member of the planning department does. What's proposed before us is nothing short of devastating for our planning department. And as my colleague mentioned, there's no department that does more to shape the city that we live in, that we love, whether it's dealing with a housing shortage, promoting development, striking the balance between imposing requirements that benefit communities and ensuring that projects actually pencil out, developing transportation networks, phasing out oil, gas drilling, regulating home sharing, preserving historic structures. I mean, it goes on and on. All of us on the council work intimately with you all, and from a budget standpoint, you're fairly unique as well, because while you generate a lot of revenue from fees, we've made a conscious decision not to pursue a full cost recovery model. We've adopted general zone ordinances, specific plans, and when people want to deviate from those plans, we generally impose fees that cover the cost of processing the application. But sometimes, such as in a specific plan area or historic preservation zone, we force everyone to submit projects for compliance review. That means they have to pay fees even if their project fully complies with the rules. In those cases, we've often decided that that's just not fair to ask people to do full recovery. And so it's not one of those areas where we can just ask you to go to full recovery, because that would be, devastating to a lot of regular folks who aren't even asking for anything special. They're just trying to, obey the city's rules and regulations. So we aren't always able to charge fees that cover the full cost. We're going to look into what fees we can increase, because that is a way to help. But there are a lot of policy choices that have led to where we are, and some of them we may want to change, but some of them are there for good reasons. So I want to start with, all the positions, basically, that are critical for economic development, housing production, and ask for sort of a big memo. I'm going to cut to the chase on a bunch of things, ask for some memos up front, and then have some of the discussion. I think it'll short circuit us given the time. But a budget memo on restoring the filled revenue generating positions, the grant funded positions, positions that would expose the city to legal liabilities if not funded, the systems, GIS, and graphic positions that are special funded, the field administration and support positions that are special funded, the mobility positions, the positions needed to complete projects and community plans that have reached a critical stage in their development and would be more costly in time and cost to pause or cancel, positions needed to continue and finish policy 23-0141 in order to reduce barriers for ground-mounted solar. I'm asking for a report back on the positions, but I'm categorizing it in this way because they're all very different and unique, and some of them don't seem to make sense from a, just from a cost-benefit analysis and from, cutting revenue positions that'll undermine our overall position. So this is one of those where, it may have been a sledgehammer and we need to use more of a scalpel, and so getting all those positions looked at. Also wanted to get, there are entitlements, in development services, there are opportunities to have pre-entitlement zoning review functions performed by the planning department staff. I think you've talked about this, to have those positions funded by the DBS enterprise fund. So I would like to get a direct planning and DBS to report back with a plan for moving the zoning review functions to the planning department, using existing employees in the planning department to perform those functions and provide funding from the enterprise fund. It's a creative idea. Thank you for that, and we definitely want to look at it because that's a great way to get some funding. I also want to ask for a couple of memos that some of my colleagues who are not on this committee have asked for, which I think are appropriate. So I'm just going to go straight to those as well. One of my colleagues is asking for which I will ask for in their stead, a budget memo outlining recommended options for restoring the East San Fernando Valley TNP team to the planning's budget. Specifically, that's in reference to the proposed cuts to the East San Fernando Valley Transit Neighborhood Plan team, a project that is more than 50% complete and will enable additional housing units beyond what CHIP does along the only light rail in the Northeast Valley. Obviously, that falls under the overall one, but since one of my colleagues highlighted it, I want to make sure I highlight that as well. Second question from a colleague, the recovery in the Pacific Palisades has just begun. It's unknown at this time how many cases will be needed to be reviewed and approved by the Department of City Planning. So we want to instruct the Department of City Planning to report back on the impacts on recovery efforts in Pacific Palisades with a proposed reduction in force and elimination of vacant positions. I won't tell you which colleagues asked me to say these things. Sure, that can include the fee waiver too. And then another colleague report back. People have talked to me about these issues and I thought it was a good idea. How about that? Like to know a report back to specifically know how these cuts impact dealing with the elimination of positions in the community planning, neighborhood planning, specifically in District 13, to know how the cuts impact CF Council File number 23-0600-S13, the work that would further update Hollywood and East Hollywood zoning programs, and what staffing levels within those units would be required to restore the work program. Additionally, please include any studies or data that can be found regarding the indirect data on how plan updates spur property tax and business tax growth over time. So those are areas around the city that have had, generic conversations with people about, and want to make sure that we get those specifics included as well.
Thank you.
So that's a lot of budget report backs, but also wanted to talk about community plans more generally. So we know planning is a multi-year process, public outreach, plan development, understanding the number of cuts in your department. What are the work programs where significant investment has been made and that investment would be lost if not continued to completion if we cut the positions working on them?
Right. So community planning would be one of those areas most significantly impacted. I believe the program overall is cut around 47, 48%. I believe the filled positions is around 40% cut. So the challenge we have with that program is the one that we've had the most fluctuation in staffing over years. So it's the place where we've had to slow down, speed up in that area. So what we'd really be talking about in that particular area, we actually have geographic areas. We'd definitely in essence shut down community planning in a more central area. And then, so that would be central, would be any, downtown, Boyle Heights, Hollywood, the east side. And so that would basically stop us working on, our final Cornfield Rio Seco specific plan adoption, impact Boyle Heights in terms of its adoption of its environmental, its final form and legality. It would cut in half the staff in our harbor area, and we're finishing up our community plans in the harbor area, so those would slow down, as well as the new zoning in San Pedro, which is going along. It would, in essence, require us most likely to move over. We have community plans going in the Southwest Valley, the Southeast Valley. Southwest Valley is going first. We would probably have to put a pause on our Southeast Valley plans and move those staffing over to the Southwest Valley because Southwest Valley is farther along. We would not be able to launch any new community plans for several years, and that's really important, probably about 3 or 4 more years, because we have some really critical areas that we need to address from a community plan standpoint because of issues of development, and we have old plans that's had a lot of development around transit areas such as Wilshire and Westlake, and it would also eliminate all of our East San Fernando Valley Transit Neighborhood Plan work, as well as all of our environmental justice work. That's just from a policy standpoint. And these are all that have already had investments going on. So all these projects, except for the new plans moving forward that I mentioned, potentially Wilshire and Westlake, all those other ones are plans that are already underway that we spent years and years and probably millions of dollars on.
Well, why don't we get a budget memo on the current status of the project community plans that have reached the critical stage in their development would be more costly in time if paused or canceled.
Okay, we've got 2 follow-ups, one from Councilwoman Hernandez and one from Councilmember McCosker.
Thank you. And thank you so much for being here with us today, and thank you, Councilmember Bloomfield, for those questions. I'd like to follow up on those questions with the budget memo. It might be similar to what you put forth, but I'm going to say anyways, just in case it's not. I would like to request a budget memo on how the cuts impact the revenue used to fund the department's project planning unit, long-range planning programs, and its technical unit in order to advance development in a timely fashion, ensure the community has a chance to weigh in and participate in planning processes, and ensure the city is able to complete project and long-range planning work in a timely manner that is consistent with local state law. Thank you.
Mr. McCosker for follow-up.
Thank you very much. Do you tell me, Vince, whether this would be easy to incorporate in, or whether it should have its separate category? But it is the same sort of thing. The local coastal plan in Venice has been ongoing for a long time. A lot of work put into it. I don't know how close it is to completion, but my sense is that this would stop the efforts to get the LCP done. Yes?
Yes, and I apologize. I should have included that. There's so many things that that we're stopping. That was one of them. And we actually had originally a grant from the Coastal Commission to start it. And it's been literally so many years of investment to get
Well, the LCP is critically important to the community, of course. And so I would just I would ask if we could just fold into this memo or the report back on the impacts of the completion of the Venice Local Coastal Plan with this proposed reduction. And I think on each one of these cases, we should be also talking about whether the work already done will be valuable if and when there's a break and there's time that's spent and time goes by. And I know that time is the enemy of good planning, right? The loss of time or the expenditure of time is the enemy of good planning. Whether or not we can just pick up that work in a few years and go back. My sense is that no, we will lose the work that we've done now.
Yes, we will. There's these technical studies, there's a point in time where you're studying things and things change, the earth changes, right? And so you have to really be current in a lot of this information.
I'm just asking to fold in the Venice LCP into that same analysis.
Okay. You can come back to me. I've got a few more but I don't want to monopolize the time.
Okay, new question? Councilwoman Hernandez.
Thank you, Chairwoman. It seems like the programs targeted for major cuts in DCP relate to advancing equity and environmental justice. The EJ unit, oil regulation, Office of Racial Equity, elimination of half of those positions, particularly the ones in the newly established South LA Development Services Center, and other major cuts to Wildlife Rim of the Valley unit. How will these cuts impact our most disadvantaged communities and legal mandates?
Thank you for asking, Councilmember. The environmental justice, it's the environmental justice unit would be eliminated, and that's really important because this is a program that is trying to undo harms of the past and past land use regulations. And so, we have people who are living and growing up near a lot of, in essence, toxic environments. And so this is the environmental justice, really element is to really address that at the heart. I would also say we've embedded environmental justice to our new harbor area community plans. Those are also impacted by that. So these are our first community plans ever to address environmental justice. So those are very important, and those would set those back. Oil is another important program that would be set, and we have people growing up and living right near oil production, which is creating great long-term harm for them. And these are communities that you can actually, if you want to see the impacts, just read our community health element, which talks about the average lifespans of people who live in Watts versus in areas such as Palisades. And they're greatly reduced in the areas that we're trying to address if you live in these communities. Our Office of Racial Justice really was set up to look broadly across the department and all the work that we do to make sure that we embed equity in it so that we're actually centering those people that have been harmed by past land use practices, whether it is a citywide policy, whether it's a community plan policy, whether it's a development project, whether it's a condition we place something on a development, that they really are there to look department-wide, and we would lose that ability to do that.
Great, thank you. I can imagine that this might also be an issue for the neighborhoods around Palisades and the ones in near Altadena that are in our city, especially with all the lead that was in the air and all the other toxic items that I'm sure we're going to be dealing with and remediating for some time. So I'd like to put a budget memo forward on the impact of cutting existing environmental justice and equity work programs led by the Planning Department, including an analysis of the disproportionate impact these cuts will have on vulnerable low-income communities and communities of color, and the full-scale impact of cutting all existing positions in the newly created Environmental Justice Unit within the Planning Department, created by Council File 15-0103-S4 and Council File 15-0103-S2, including an emphasis on the ability for the city to meet local and state metrics and legal requirements. Thank you. Pass it back to you, Chair.
Okay, I have a couple questions. How could delays in project approvals and commission hearings due to staffing cuts expose the city to financial liabilities under the Housing Crisis Act and Permit Streamlining Act?
Well, I would say that under state law in general, there's two ways that we have liability. One of them is if we don't keep our plans up to date with certain laws, there's vulnerabilities there, and those vulnerabilities will depend upon they're different for the different aspects of state law. For example, if we don't adopt our housing element in time and do the implementation, there's very specific requirements. But if we don't approve a project under certain timelines, or if we mishandle how we handle a project, there's multiple penalties. One of the penalties, first penalty is if you don't act within a certain period of time, what the developer proposed gets approved, and it doesn't have to necessarily conform with all of your rules with your zoning.
So deemed approved.
It, in essence, is deemed approved. So a developer can come in and propose something that doesn't conform with the general plan and the zoning, and if we don't act on it with a certain period of time, it gets approved. So you could have a single-family neighborhood with really low-scale development, and you could have like a 5-story apartment building built in that area. But also, we are subject to, if we also don't handle it correctly under state law, and what would happen in that particular case is we're subject to fines and penalties. It's $50,000 a unit. The amount of development we do in a year, if we get a few cases that don't go our way, you're easily talking in the millions of dollars. It could be $5 million in liability because we easily have projects that are over 100 units that come in quite often. So there's some real costs to us that are fines and penalties. I'm not even talking about the legal costs. when we defend these in court. We have to spend even more money doing that. That's just, there's also other timelines that we have to do under federal
Like
law.
ADUs, for example, federal law.
Federal law, wireless telecommunication, if you don't hit those timelines right, then you have penalties there. And then things such as ADUs. And also, as you know, council member, state law is moving in one direction, which is to be more prescriptive with cities and counties when it comes to housing and housing authority. They also have given oversight from the Department of Housing and Community Development at the state on this. So the state is watching cities and counties very closely that they comply with state law. And they're very willing and able now to act very quickly to penalize cities.
Right. Thank you. So along those lines, I'm requesting a special study from planning on the status of the work plan to implement AB 1033 within the city of Los Angeles, along with recommendations to reduce the time frame for the permitting approval for ADUs. And then I have one more. I think we recognize we likely won't be able to restore all deleted positions. Are there activities currently assigned to planning that might make sense to relocate or reallocate to a different department to decrease workload of the remaining staff to allow planners to plan?
I mean, that's something we have to take a look at. I'm not quite sure. I mean, if there's functions such as home sharing, which would be, one function where we do the registration, yet we don't do the rest of it, is one thing to look at. But, again, we'd have to take a look at what are the ones that would make sense.
Okay. Okay. You sort of answered my follow-up question. Okay. Thank you very much. Councilwoman Hutt? Councilwoman Hutt.
Thank you so much. Thank you for being here. I just have a few questions. I believe my colleagues did a really good job at digging into planning, but since we have your budget letter and it outlines several options to maximize revenue streams, including fee updates, when would potential fee increases go into effect?
So it depends upon the increase. So we're looking at some could be quickly. General plan maintenance surcharge is a matter of a couple months for that to go through typically. Another one would be looking at our project planning fees, and that would probably be closer to 4 to 6 months, probably in that time frame.
Thank you. And then with these reductions, what's the impact to HPOZ staff, and are there any potential fees that can offset the layoffs?
So in terms of, I believe we have 9 staffers that are filled that are working on HPOZs. This would eliminate 5 out of the 9, so it would cut a majority of the HPOZ staff. So a lot of things would have to happen. We would have to consolidate HPOZ boards. That I believe we do not need to do by ordinance, so that could happen fairly quickly. We'd have to reduce the number of meetings of HPOZs. The challenge we have with something like an HPOZ or a design review board is we can raise fees, but cost recovery is the most challenging on areas like HPOZs and design review boards, because you don't want to charge a fee that's so high to the extent that you're discouraging people to getting the permits, and so all of a sudden you have a lot of people not complying with the law. It's the classic example of if you need an HPOZ approval to replace your window, if the permit costs more than the window, they're not going to get the permit. So you want to be very careful with those, and those are typically subsidized largely to make sure we spend less money on code enforcement. Because the more you encourage people to do things illegally, the more money you spend on code enforcement.
Understood. Thank you.
Or they don't build it at all.
Yeah.
Right.
Or they don't.
Sorry.
Or they got broken windows.
Right.
The proposed budget eliminates positions that work on nuisance abatement. My office works with your team regularly on that piece. So what will be the effect on nuisance revocation investigations and hearings?
So all of those functions would be eliminated as part of this budget. So we would stop our nuisance abatement. And so nuisance abatement, as you know, it's when you have a use that's creating really bad impacts on the neighborhood around it. It gives us the ability to either condition or revoke their ability to operate. And so that would be removed. So we typically have nuisance abatement issues. There's a lot of liquor stores, some liquor stores / delis, there's motels and things like that. We would no longer have the ability to come in and bring in here to add conditions or remove those.
Wow. Thank you. I wasn't expecting that. Then my next question is about a large part of planning is mapping. And in this budget, there are reductions to the department's GIF staff. How will these layoffs affect the department's ability to provide the mapping services?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last part of the question.
Mapping?
Yes.
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 How are the layoffs going to
Well, it would significantly
your GIS
reduce.
staff?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So we would significantly reduce our GIS. I think it's, our systems in GIS is either 40%, 50% reduction in those areas. So about half of them are going to be reduced.
This is Kevin Keller, City Planning. Just to jump in on that, it's a great question. City Planning has its own surcharge with a special fund that funds most of our GIS, but like all of our services, it is a leveraged fund with general fund dollars for some of our work. So our ordinance mapping, a lot of our spatial data, our radius data that we provide on ZMIS about adjacencies to cannabis, to sensitive uses, revocation uses, would all be severely curtailed. We would likely be doing basic work only, and that's kind of in quotes. But the ability for the department to prepare ordinance maps for the council whenever the council adopts a zone change, a geographic specific overlay, we do rely on our GIS team, same thing with community plans. So we'd love to be able to explain that a little more or report back on that.
Thank you. That's all from me, Madam Chair.
Councilwoman Hernandez, follow-up?
Yes, thank you, Chairwoman. My follow-up was on the nuisance abatement piece. So you're saying that these teams are being cut? Does that mean that, do they handle when property owners, like let's say, don't put the appropriate fencing up on a vacant lot and people start living in there or stockpile trash in there? Does that team handle that?
That would be a little bit different. At Lisa Weber, who's a deputy director for project planning, could maybe clarify some of those.
Lisa Weber with City Planning. I think that generally their cases are a little more severe than that. It's chronic long-term uses that involve criminal activity. A number of those cases have come before the Plum Committee and the City Council for consideration. They generally handle about 10 cases a year. The team that's being cut, we have 2 filled and 2 vacant positions that will be removed. In addition, the associate zoning administrator that oversees and hears nuisance abatement cases is also being removed as well. And so it's a very specialized function of our Office of Zoning Administration that would need to be absorbed. Most of the time, nuisance abatement cases are initiated through council motion and council action.
Great, thank you for that explanation and clarity.
Excuse me.
Yeah, sure.
So are we talking about the motel situations that are being abused and prostitution
That's absolutely
occurs?
correct.
And that's the
Liquor
new-
stores, hotels.
We won't have the opportunity to do anything
Right,
about
and-
the smoke shops that are selling illegal cannabis?
Yes, and I would just add that, the council district, the council members and their staff are so intimately involved with the communities that these are largely raised up through council offices who really know, and their staff really know on the ground where the real issues are. So this is something that we work really closely with the council offices on.
Thank you. Thank you for making it clear. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'd like to follow up with the question on, as we think about restructuring and redefining our city in this moment, why don't these responsibilities exist within, for example, like the city attorney's office, the Department of Building and Safety, and LAPD?
Which?
Well, just like, it would seem like
nuisance
if
abatement?
it's-
The department.
Yes, the nuisance abatement
Thank
piece,
you.
especially because you're talking about criminal activity, right?
Absolutely. It's housed with city planning because it's a land use matter, and it's a revocation often of the land use authority to conduct certain businesses and certain types of uses. And we do work incredibly close with our counterparts in building and safety, LAPD, and the city attorney's office.
Wonderful.
So it's a very collaborative work program.
Councilwoman, if I could just add, and I want to just take a minute on nuisance abatement. The additional tool of the ability of a zoning administrator to go to the core of the operating license of that establishment and revoke it is what only the Zoning Administration Office can do. It is done in conjunction with LAPD, Building and Safety Code Enforcement, but when things are severe enough to basically legally shut down, and it's a very complicated procedure. You have to do conditions for a while, look for answers, then go for the shutdown. Only the zoning administration, per the authority of our police powers under land use, can do that component. So we work together, but it is a component that is unique to city planning.
This is the only way that we get to the core of the issue.
Got it. I hear that, Councilwoman. Okay, that's good, thank you. My last series of questions are around the budget and entertainment streamlining unit. It's being significantly cut. What is the impact of the proposed DCP budget on small businesses? What is the status of the citywide permit alfresco program?
Thank you very much, Councilmember. So yes, so there are significant cuts that we have to small business in here. Alfresco, you hit the two ones that are probably the most important to small business. It's the Alfresco program, where people are allowed to use outdoor spaces for dining, which has been hugely successful and hugely important for small business all over the city. And so this has large cuts to Alfresco. I forget the exact number percentage on there, as well as the restaurant beverage program. The restaurant beverage program is something important because it allows us to more targetedly allow streamlined alcohol approval. And this is something where we work closely with the council offices to make sure that we streamline in the appropriate places of the city. But also, more importantly, our beverage and entertainment streamlined or best teams really manage the whole process. They really help us guide it through the process of alcohol approval. So what it does is, the best program does, is it really balances out how we can approach alcohol uses in the city when it comes to restaurants. So it allows us to put them in the right places, but also to monitor them and to make sure that they don't become nuisances to the neighborhood around them.
And does that also include making sure that we're not oversaturating certain neighborhoods with more alcohol licenses? I understand the streamlining, which is great because, you know, I understand how that supports small businesses in some ways, but
It does. It looks at kind of where they are, and it's through the program. And
Yeah, Kevin Keller, City Planning, a great question. One of our main streamlining programs is targeted for certain areas only. And so I believe we've recently worked with your office to clarify where that applies and doesn't apply, because there are some neighborhoods where we do not need to encourage more of a particular use.
great, thank you for that. I'd like a budget memo on what impact the DCP proposed budget has on small businesses, especially on legacy businesses and non-English speaking businesses. Thank you so much. Thank you, Chairwoman.
Councilmember?
Great. Kind of adding to that one, but the budget memo that could be included in that are separate on the impact of reducing services for restaurants and the beverage, the alfresco, entertainment, and wireless permits, as well as current policy efforts to streamline entitlements in advance of major special events like the World Cup and the Olympics. Also wanted to ask you about, we talked briefly about expediting. It's really important. We need to shift eligible planning work into different cost recovery modes, such as expedited processing unit. So are there opportunities to add positions to the expedited units to allow the organization to build up capacity there and to prevent the loss of some positions elsewhere?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I believe we have 10 vacant positions that were eliminated as part of the proposed budget. So we have the ability to staff those up. We're not able to staff them because of our hiring process. So the hiring process did not allow us to fill those positions, but they are full cost recovery. So, if we didn't have those positions eliminated and we had the hiring restriction lifted, we could move staff into those full cost recovery positions. And also, it's really important to note that it typically acts as almost like a safety valve for our project planning bureau,
right?
Because expedited processing are those kind of projects that we can get through in a relatively short period of time. It's kind of those kind of projects that should go through quickly, but don't always go through quickly. So this gives them a guaranteed turnaround time, and developers, it's one of the areas where developers are most, and business owners really are very much interested in this program. It's very popular.
Sure, I mean, for them, time is money, and right. So it may be kind of covered in the previous report back, but to put a finer point on it, make sure we have a memo that addresses adding positions to the expedited unit and options for funding positions from fees. that we could otherwise do. Okay, I have two other budget memos. One is to budget memo detailing the impacts of a substantial reduction in project planning staff, specifically in the San Fernando Valley, which includes over-the-counter development services staff, expedited processing staff, major project staff, affordable housing unit staff, specific plan overlay staff, and staff from the Valley Project Planning Bureau, and what that means for expedited staff reviews and case processing for priority affordable housing projects, project approval times, and project advertisement at public counters. The report should include an analysis of development growth in the San Fernando Valley with regard to project approvals and permit activity in the last 5 years, as well as future forecasting. And second is a budget memo on the status of the long-range planning efforts in the San Fernando Valley, including multiple community plan updates and transit neighborhood plans currently underway and proposed to be completed in the next 2 years, which will modernize zoning, land use, street designation, and development and design standards for more than 20% of the city after more than 2 decades. This report should include major milestones with projected timelines and how this work is critical in order to spur economic recovery, sustainable development, infrastructure improvement, housing growth, and community stabilization, including in compliance with our state-mandated RENA obligations. I can discuss those, but I think you get it, and I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Was that just the counter in the Valley?
All right, colleagues, any more questions, thoughts? Councilmember McCosker.
Just to follow up on that. That was just the counter in the Valley. Could we look at the Metro counter as well? The Metro Development Services counter, something that is a cost-neutral alternative for making sure that we have counter hours there. Thank you.
Okay.
I will suggest, keeping with my theme, that there are a couple of line items in the GCP that might be applicable. One is number 39, equity and inclusion. This allocation is provided to support equity and inclusion in all city services, I presume planning services too, and community engagement activities. That might be something we could look at. Thank you.
Councilwoman Hernandez.
Can I add the Sato Leisho clerks to that? No? Thank you.
Yes, you may.
Thank you.
Reminder, we have no money, but okay. All right, we're going to try. Thank you. Thank you very much. Next up is the Department of Cannabis Regulation. Welcome. Can you please go ahead and introduce yourself? Oh, you know what? Before you get started, I want to make 2 changes to the memo list from May 1st. I realized, Madam Clerk, that memo 451 is redundant to 449, and I'd ask that these be consolidated and list the CLA, please, as the lead. And second, I'd like to consolidate memos 571 and 572 under YDD as they get at the same issue. Okay, thank you. Welcome. Please go ahead and introduce yourselves.
Good afternoon, Chair and esteemed members of the Budget and Finance Committee. My name is Jason Kleen. I'm an Assistant Executive Director for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. I'm currently acting Executive Director and for at least the next few weeks until Director Garakian comes back from maternity leave. Joining me today is Zach DeCourse. He is our Chief Management Analyst over our Administrative Services section. Thank you for your dedicated service to our city and to this budget process, and it is an honor to address you today. I would also like to thank the Mayor's Office, the CAO, the CLA, and their respective teams as the city maneuvers this extremely difficult budget season. We recognize the difficult decisions that went into this proposed budget and are thankful for the resources we were provided. I would also like to thank the Governor's Office of Business and Economic Development for their support and the grant funding that we were awarded this year through the Cannabis Equity Grants, which will assist us navigating this next budget cycle. I would also like to thank the Department of Cannabis Control, Nicole Elliott, and her entire team for their support, expertise, and coordination on licensing issues. Together, our agencies are transitioning over 1,000 provisional licenses to annual licenses as required by state law. We did receive grant funding from the state, specifically the Department of Cannabis Control, to help with that transition. The grant period ended on March 31st of 2025. At the local level, over 700 businesses covering over 1,000 activities were timely transitioned to local annual licenses well before the date of their state provisional license expirations. Senior managers from both the Department of Cannabis Regulation and Department of Cannabis Control meet on a weekly basis. As part of those weekly meetings, we discuss the transition of our local licensees. We identify potential pain points that our mutual applicants and licensees may be going through. We ensure timely transitions, and we work towards the next steps of this licensing process. To our city attorney, thank you for the amazing cannabis advice, law, and litigation section, which supports our department. They are a tremendous asset. I want to thank the Department of Building and Safety, who has expanded our cashiering services to their 5 development services centers. They have worked with us to integrate a pre-application and zoning review process to help ensure that our cannabis applicants and licensees are navigating the local regulatory process to ensure proper permitting to get their health permits.
Can I just interrupt you for a moment? We've read your letter. We've been doing this for almost 5 hours. If we can just get into the specific things you want to highlight in the letter so that we can get into those details. We know about all the wonderful work you are doing, and we're really grateful for it. But I think if it's all right, we just jump right into the highlights and then some questions, please. Thank you very much. It's all good.
The department's core responsibility is to license and ensure compliance of local businesses. We have the funding to do that. We transmitted a fee study to ensure we're at full cost recovery for next fiscal year. That went through its first public hearing before government operations last week. The committee asked us additional questions. We provided that information earlier this week. We anticipate a follow-up hearing sometime in May. Our social equity program requires the department to provide priority processing to social equity applicants. It requires us to provide financial assistance and fee deferrals subject to the availability of funds, which has primarily been grant funding, and to provide business licensing and compliance assistance. Thankfully, we did get a $3.5 million from the governor's office to provide those services next year. And with that, I will stop my presentation.
Councilmember Blumenfield, do you want to lead us in this?
Sure. You know, this is a huge business, a new thing for our city. Our budget counts on $70 million in business tax revenue from cannabis activity. We all have an interest in a viable legal market. We always have this tension. We wanted, the best thing we could do is to enforce against the illegal shops, but the fees that you have don't let us do that. But you play a role in helping ensure that the legal ones are able to compete. So what are we doing to examine, well, I guess I should step it. When we first legalized commercial cannabis, we imposed a lot of regulations based on concerns about potential negative impacts. And in my opinion, a lot of those concerns about licensed businesses just haven't come to be, you know, and the question is now, in retrospect, what can DCR do to examine our existing regulations, including zoning and local restrictions, to reduce the burden on licensed businesses where appropriate? Because it feels like we're still a little bit in that mentality of this is something new we have to impose every check under the sun. And, you know, these guys are having trouble competing with the illegals, and we've got to go after the illegals, and we'll talk about that, but what can we do to make it easier for the legals?
Thank you for the question. So last week, we transmitted a report to amend the land use regulations under Council File 20-1125-S1. We are recommending significant modifications to where the businesses may be able to locate, how the distances would be determined to fall in line with state law, which would be more permissive, and to expand the number of compliant locations citywide, which would make it easier for our operators to find compliant locations. As part of our legislative cycle last year, we made amendments to hold property owners accountable for allowing for unlicensed businesses to engage on their parcels, and we're no longer considering something scorched earth. If it's just a part of the parcel, the entire parcel becomes scorched earth. These land use changes will also make it easier for our local businesses to find compliant properties, be able to negotiate better with the landlords because it is less restrictive, and it would eliminate some of the sensitive uses that are not regularly utilized by the city and don't necessarily provide value. Municipal Code Section 105 does have some of the more traditional zoning designations, such as commercial and manufacturing zones. Director Bottoni and the Planning Department were before you earlier. You know that they've been transitioning community plans out of those traditional zones. So we are recommending that cannabis businesses be treated like any other business, whereby, we do a review for sensitive use and distancing requirements, and then we would refer the department over to either building and safety or city planning for a zoning review to determine if the uses could be accommodated at that location, and if they can, we recommend being able to move forward with an application at those locations. And again, that would reduce regulatory hurdles, bring our cannabis operators more in line with other city businesses, and also address some of those perceived negative impacts that didn't actually thankfully come to fruition.
Most of those are really good for getting new cannabis legal businesses in. But what about the existing ones? Like, for example, we have an annual license fee. Could that not be a 5-year license?
Absolutely. If we can work with this council, the CAO and others to identify whether or not it's appropriate to do licensing on an annual basis. If we did have to have licenses cover multiple years, we would anticipate a higher fee amount to cover the activities that occur, but that is something that could be explored.
Great. We'd love for you to explore that, and anything else to make these folks more competitive with the illegal ones. Now, you recently submitted a fee study. Why was that necessary? Why are fees increasing? And is the anticipated revenue from these increases reflected in the proposed budget?
Yes, the anticipated revenue from the fee increases is anticipated in the department's proposed budget. It would ensure that we maintain full cost recovery, and then we're able to reimburse the general fund for related costs, as well as pay for the departments that support cannabis regulation activities within the city. As this body knows, the city has adopted memorandums of understanding with different labor bargaining units, and to address some of the increases due to inflation, city staffers did get cost of living adjustments. The last time we adjusted these fees was in 2020. On average, the salaries have gone up more than 10% across the board. Additional services in relationship to the controller audit were added to the regulatory structure. So this is really just a catch-up. Now that we do have an administrative team, we have a dedicated fee model that will be updated on an annual basis to ensure that we stay at full cost recovery and ensure that future fee increases are not as significant as what we have proposed.
Okay, and just help us understand the fees. For an existing storefront, what's the annual fee? For a new storefront retail business, what's the estimated city fees to get licensed? If you want to relocate, what are the fees? What's the kind of scale that we're talking about? And how does that compare to the greater burden they're paying with the taxes?
So the storefront retailer annual license and inspection fee is going up approximately 28%. For our non-storefront,
To what's the dollar?
from $19,064 per year to $24,346 per year.
Okay.
Renewal fees for businesses that are licensed and able to operate is going up from $10,954 to $19,392, which is a 77% increase. The majority of that increase was back in 2020. The department did not have a compliance and inspection unit. And as part of the controller's audit from 2022, they did recommend that the department do annual inspections of licensed businesses to ensure compliance. So the new fee study does fund the annual cost of that compliance regime. All of these are actually part of our fee study, and I can provide you and your staff the fee tables. For our equity share review fee, that has gone up from $1,248 to $2,072. That's a 66% increase. Our business legal business entity record review went from $1,997 to $2,330. So it's only a 17% increase. There are different efficiencies that we have implemented over the years that have mitigated the impacts to certain fees. And there's other things that are more labor intensive, like doing compliance inspections, where unfortunately we haven't been able to mitigate those increases yet.
Any idea how those fees compare to other cities?
They're right in line with other cities. The big difference is with the state fees. The state's fees are tiered based on the activity and the size of the activity. So for us, a cultivator, regardless of whether it's a specialty indoor, which can only grow up to 5,000 square feet, or a medium indoor, which goes up to 22,000 square feet, it's the same application fee because it's the same work at the local level. However, for compliance-related issues at the state level, those fees vary by tens of thousands of dollars. Other jurisdictions like San Diego, they have a conditional use permit. So the fee could be as low as $8,000. It could be as high as $70,000. It really just depends on the business, the size, the scale, the zoning, and what entitlements they need to move forward. For San Jose, their annual permit fees are $48,000. For Sacramento, they're $20,000. Riverside is almost $18,000. San Bernardino is $30,000. Modesto is $18,000. Moreno Valley is $78,000. So our $20,000 fee is at the lower end of the fee spectrum for that. It does ensure cost recovery, and we do our due diligence to try to make sure that we are a streamlined and efficient agency.
Great. Thank you.
Councilwoman Hernandez?
Thank you. In the proposed budget, your department had an administrative clerk that managed the cannabis compliant portal, a complaint portal. How does this elimination affect the department and impact operations?
The elimination of the position will have no impact on our staffing. The position became vacant over a year ago. We have since filled it with an as-needed administrative clerk who splits their duty between triaging complaints through the portal and supporting our compliance division. We did work with the CEO through the financial status report to move monies from our salaries general account to our salaries as needed to reflect that. We will still have the ability to retain that individual on an as-needed basis, regardless of the funding source. The difference is right now, she triages all of the complaints that come in. Anything associated with DCR goes to DCR. Anything that's associated with unlicensed activity gets forwarded to LAPD's Gang and Narcotics Division. Instead of forwarding that information, those complaints would live within the DCR complaint portal, and we could work with Detective Boyles and LAPD to talk about how that address could be, or how that workload could be addressed on a go-forward basis.
Wonderful, thank you. Although your department did not receive additional funding for the social equity program, your department letter indicates that you will receive grant funding from the state. How do you intend to use this funding, and what is the timeline to receive the funds?
Thank you. We received a $3.5 million cannabis equity grant from the governor's office. $3.1 million of that will be for fee waivers. We will be providing application fee waivers for new applicants. We got approval from the state to also provide fee waivers for renewals, which will take care of existing applicants and licensees. $350,000, or approximately $350,000, will be utilized for business licensing and compliance assistance. That is the one-on-one coaching, the low bono, pro bono programming, our learning management system, and tools that we provide to social equity applicants. DCR only retains 1% of the grant amount to cover administrative costs associated with reporting to the grant, doing the quarterly updates, and submitting the paperwork.
Thank you. So I worked on Prop 64, the ballot initiative that legalized and regulated cannabis. And so I've seen the ebbs and flows, right, starting back in 1996, when the first legalization of medical marijuana occurred. It's my understanding that we do have a thriving underground market, and a lot of that is because of the regulation system that we have and the taxes that we impose. These things are leading to this thriving underground economy, particularly with our cannabis businesses. I would like a special study on what the city council needs to do to update our taxes that we apply to cannabis, and what is the work that we need to do to begin to fold in some of these underground cannabis businesses into the legal market. The Olympics are coming. The Super Bowl's coming. All the soccer's coming. People are gonna come here. There's not a lot of places where cannabis is legalized and regulated safely. In the United States, yes, but we're gonna have international travelers where stuff like this doesn't exist, so they're gonna seek this, and it's an opportunity to generate revenue. And the way that we do that is by folding more of these businesses into our system. So I would like that special study to also include.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, to also include how can the Department of Cannabis Regulation better work with and hand off some of the work it does with the small cannabis business owners to economic workforce development, so that they can get support as small businesses through our small business centers. So yeah, including those things. Folding in the businesses, updating our taxes so that we can fold more people in, and then how do you all partner with EWDD better so we can actually provide more services to some of our small mom and pop dispensaries that we do want to thrive versus the corporations that are also coming in here. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a follow-up to that. If it's part of that, I have a question first. Is there any financial penalty for illegally operating a pot shop in the city of LA?
The Department of Cannabis Regulation does not have the authority to impose any penalty or fine. However,
sorry, does it require a change in city law or state law?
it's just not part of the local regulatory structure.
But we could amend the local regulation to impose a fee or fine or some other sort of a penalty?
Yes, our cannabis advice law and litigation section is working with their peers in the city attorney's office on different types of enforcement actions the city could take. One of the things the city has already adopted is the $20,000 a day fine that could be imposed against property owners. There have been some setbacks when we have tried to enforce that through the judicial system. So they are strategizing on ways to strengthen provisions to hold landlords accountable without them being able to exploit loopholes that different court rulings have kind of opened up that are currently being utilized to circumvent the intent of council holding landlords accountable for allowing unlicensed cannabis activity.
Is anybody doing enforcement against illegally operating marijuana businesses well in the state? Has anyone figured this out? Do we know?
I mean, to be honest, I think LAPD and Building and Safety, Water and Power do an amazing job with the limited resources that they have.
Right, but assuming we could figure out full cost recovery for the businesses that are operating illegally to get enforcement for businesses operating illegally. I mean, I think that enforcement's got to be part of how we bring the ones that aren't operating legally into, as Councilwoman Hernandez said, into compliance, right? They're not just going to come in willingly. Some might. So I guess if we could just add to this, was it a special study? Some information on what other municipalities are doing around enforcement, if anyone's doing it well, and then what the recommendation would be to create sort of a self-funded enforcement arm so that we could, whether it's through liens on the property owner or penalties assessed against the business or both, that we could use then to the pay for enforcement folks, and also that path into compliance. Yes, Councilwoman Hernandez.
I had a separate question. Is
Go
that
ahead.
okay? Thank you so much. I'd like to talk about on-site consumption. I believe state law has changed around on-site consumption. I believe there has been a motion that has been presented and gone through the legislative process, or it's in its final steps of the legislative process here in City Council. Can you give us an update on where that's at? That's another opportunity to generate revenue, another opportunity to bring in those businesses. So can you please share?
My office is just waiting for the city council to adopt a final motion with the instructions. We have been working with the city attorney's office. We have already completed our due diligence on what other jurisdictions are doing. We do have a summary of what jurisdictions do, what we think would work for the city of Los Angeles for both on-site consumption and temporary special events, and we are prepared to transmit those recommendations for council consideration.
How exciting. Do you have any estimates on what those other jurisdictions have brought in with these additional licenses or businesses?
Nothing will be to the scale of the city of Los Angeles, and I would...
Meaning that we're going to generate way more?
We have major events that happen within our city every single year. We have the World Cup, we have the Olympics, we have all kinds of things that happen in our city that a Modesto, a Sacramento, a Santa Clarita can't compete with. So I would prefer, if I may, to defer to the CAO's office and the Office of Finance about any revenue that may be generated from those activities. Our proposal is to fold the temporary special events into the existing process. So either the applicant goes to the Department of Public Works or to the Department of Building and Safety. They follow the normal special event process. And if it's going to have cannabis sales on site, we are part of the clearance process. They route the information to us. We verify that the businesses that would be participating are in fact licensed and what their statuses are, and that would be our role, but otherwise keep the permitting process the same as it is for every other special event and major event that happens within the city.
Great, thank you. Which is exciting. It's good to know, because then that means that it's going to be a consistent process. But I also welcome you all making any tune-ups and refinements to that permitting process, because even now it takes a very, very, very long time to get permits. For example, to use a parking lot for special events, right? So please, I understand you want to rely on that process, but update it so that we can be more efficient, quicker. Thank you so much, Chairwoman. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Hutt. Bless you.
Bless you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here. In my district, there have been many situations where we've worked with your department and others to close legal operators that have shown that they couldn't do the work with our licensing rules. In one such instance, a dispensary was closed, and then within weeks, another dispensary was open in an area that just doors away was targeted with nuisance abatement. What budgetary or staffing support does your department require to ensure that the department will be more thoughtful when approving the permitting for those facilities?
Thank you for the question. So ordinance number 188451 went into effect December 30th of 2024. We standardized the reasons to deem a business premises ineligible. We expanded it to not just be a unit on a parcel, but the entire parcel. We did expand it for utility disconnections, padlocking, And then, of course, any location that was cited by the Administrative Citation Enforcement Program for unlicensed activity. If those amendments do not go far enough to address your concerns, we are proposing additional amendments to Municipal Code Section 104, and we can build in additional restrictions in the reasons to deny. And we have also transmitted under Council File Number 20-1125-S1 proposed amendments to the city's land use regulations for commercial cannabis businesses. That would be another avenue to address your district's concerns as well as the concerns of other council members.
Who's implementing everything that you just said, like the land use, the utilities? Who's doing that work? Because you don't have any enforcement.
Yeah, we don't have any enforcement, but we do have a licensing map on our website. So on a regular basis, we get data from the state on sensitive uses and other city agencies. We get enforcement data that comes into our complaint or compliance division that we upload to identify locations that may be considered scorched earth where we would not be able to issue a license. If a business is looking to go to that parcel or location, we do work with the agency that cited them for that enforcement measure to find out when, how long it's been, what the issue was, how it was resolved.
But that was not my experience, right? Because there was one place 2 doors down from an illegal place. The illegal place got shut down through Plum, and then weeks later, the old place is open with cannabis again. And then it closed down again and opened most recently in the last few weeks. So that's why I'm trying to understand what the enforcement is. I get what you're saying, that you have policies in place, which I appreciate. But what I'm not seeing is action. So I need to understand how we can improve that.
Yeah. So if a business had been shut down for unlicensed cannabis or being a nuisance property,
nuisance.
that would make that parcel no longer viable. What I heard you say is a business applied a few doors down. So if the intent is to create a radius, and I believe you introduced a motion for another city department to investigate the ability to, have us consider nuisance properties in a radius around those nuisance properties, that would be something that we would have discussed as part of the land use policy amendments before the Government Operations Committee. And understanding some of the unique challenges your district has faced, there are things that can be worked into that policy to address those issues.
Understand. I have more questions. It's my understanding that we charge a greater fee for social equity licensing than we do for non-social equity licensing. Can you explain that to me?
Yeah, Municipal Code Section 10420 identifies requirements that social equity businesses have to comply with. They have more rigid ownership requirements. We have to look at their operating agreements and ensure that the social equity applicant has the requisite ownership stake in the entity. They have the commensurate voting rights. The code does give them the right of first refusal to executive level positions within the entity. So there's additional work that goes into reviewing those applications. To mitigate that cost, we created a legal business entity record. So we only charge that fee once as opposed to charging it for every application. But there are additional services and things that we have to do when reviewing a social equity application. And because we're full cost recovery, it necessitates that we charge the additional fee. Thankfully, a lot of the fees that we do assess to social equity applicants do get waived either through the local jurisdiction assistance grant or through the cannabis equity grant. So they may pay a little bit more in one area, but they're receiving more savings than a general applicant would get because they're a social equity applicant and we can waive other fees for them.
In this budget, DCR has been budgeted $10 million to pay back the state of California for our mishandling of a state grant. That funding would have saved 88 jobs from layoffs. What happened with respect to the state grant, and what corrective measures has the department taken so that this will never happen again?
I will do my best to address this. So the Department of Cannabis Regulation got the Local Jurisdiction Assistance Grant. As part of that grant, we became the lead agency for environmental review under the California Environmental Quality Act. The original municipal assumed that the city would be the second mover. So we had to work with this body to amend local law to have us be the first mover to do the review and move it forward. And then we shifted additional activities outside of that review process. To assist us in that, positions were added to the Office of the City Attorney. We had to rework all of our environmental review documents. And then we were deferring annual license application fees while we negotiated with the state on the amended process. The state has not directed the city to return $10 million yet. There were things that were part of this transition that may be deemed ineligible. The grant reporting period ended March 31st, 2025. The state extended the period of time for jurisdictions to submit supplemental documents to demonstrate that they expended the monies in accordance with the grant. The state also has given us the ability, if they do have questions, to request a further extension to provide clarifying data. So any return of LJAG money will not happen in the current fiscal year. I did attend the financial status report meeting before this committee for the mid-year where we did indicate that we may be asked to return money. That will not occur this year. We have not been asked to incur any money. We did have a line item in our schedule that can be removed as a technical amendment because we are not getting any monies this year. The $10 million was a ceiling, which represented the maximum risk I thought we may have in having to return money. It is not a defined number yet.
Oh, okay.
We are working closely with the state. When we were going through grant amendment negotiations, we had transitioned 0 applicants from provisional licensure to annual licensure. You know, at this point, over 700 businesses have been transitioned, covering over 1,000 state activities. So I think that there is now performance behind our usage of money, and I look forward to working with Nicole Elliott, who heads up the Department of Cannabis Control, and her staff on making sure that we submit the necessary documents to show that we expended those funds in compliance with the grant agreement and that we met the intent of the grant program. And, you know, anything I said before where it was interpreted that the money was needed now, that has shifted. And I apologize for any confusion I may have contributed to.
I just have 2 more questions, Madam Chair. Does DCR, have you implemented the 2022 Controller's Audit recommendations?
The 2022 Controller Audit had 4 different recommendation sections, I believe. One was associated with enforcement, one was regulatory structure and compliance, one was taxation, and one was recommendations for finance. For the recommendations related to DCR for compliance and regulatory, we have created a compliance program. Positions were created within our department for that function. We have created inspection fees to recover the cost of those compliance inspections, and our 2025 fee study does ensure that those services are set at full cost recovery, and we are planning to do annual inspections starting this calendar year. So to my knowledge, we have implemented all of the recommendations under DCR's purview.
Thank you. Next question is, does DCR support the concept of tax delinquency amnesty for licensed cannabis businesses?
I mean, the Office of Finance has administered amnesty programs in the past where businesses that come back into compliance may have penalty fees that are waived. to the extent that those penalty fees are included in the budget, any amnesty program may have a budgetary impact. But I know our cannabis businesses are struggling, so any type of relief that they could get would be a benefit to them. Since DCR does not rely upon the general fund to fund our operations, any impact that a tax amnesty program would be felt by departments other than DCR, and I know that they're struggling. So I would defer to other policymakers on what those impacts are, and the CAO and the finance for what those numbers would be. But in general, I do support amnesty for businesses citywide.
Thank you for that answer. Has that been a conversation that you in your department have had amongst yourself, socializing the idea?
Within our department, because it's outside of our purview, we have not talked about tax amnesty programs. The concept of good standing, DCR can deny an application or a renewal license if a business is not in good standing. There are over 700 businesses that are currently not considered in good standing. Our current definition is zero tolerance. So a business that owes $1 in back taxes is going to be treated the same as a business that owes $13 million in back taxes. From a policy perspective, those two things are not the same. We have not denied anybody due to tax delinquencies. We are proposing an amendment to the definition of good standing.
You have not denied anyone a renewal? Denied what?
We have not denied anybody a license renewal due to their tax delinquencies. We are submitting a proposal to Government Operations Committee to amend the definition of good standing to try to create a pathway to walk our licensed businesses back into tax compliance so that we don't see a huge drop off of businesses. From the information that I've reviewed from finance, once a business has been non-compliant for 2 years, less than 18% of those businesses ever return to tax compliance. So this is an issue that the city does, of course, have to address. We want to have a robust local market. The council is considering policies to create new revenue avenues for these businesses. And there can be a pathway to tie all of those different policy proposals together so that it would be beneficial to the general fund and we will be beneficial to the cannabis businesses that this department serves.
I appreciate that. I want you to jot this down real fast. This is a business that is in my district, 4050 Crenshaw. This is the business that was open, and then the license should have been revoked, and then a reissue of a temporary license at the same location in a 2-month span that was just doors away from a place that was selling illegally and was closed down. So I would like for you to look at that again and make a determination on its status because it is problematic.
I commit to you that I will work with your staff to identify what is going on here and then review the existing law and policies to identify whether or not the current code addresses your concerns or whether or not additional amendments need to be proposed.
Thank you. Then my last thing is I'd like to request a budget memo on funding opportunities with the Department of Cannabis Regulation, such as the Cannabis Regulation Trust Fund, to have street services investigators conduct inspections on behalf of DCR at legal businesses in order to avoid layoffs in the street service side. This should include looking at fines on legal cannabis businesses as a way of helping to cover staff costs. Thank you. That's all, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Okay, anybody else? Councilmember Blumenfield?
Yeah, one more budget memo to instruct the CAO to present a DCR budget what it would look like that does not assume the DCR fee study increases. The report should consider budget balancing exercises that other departments were instructed to conduct, such as deleting vacancies. The report should also recommend policy changes that may be needed to occur with this alternative budget that would ensure the revenue from cannabis excise tax is not interrupted. Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Appreciate it very much. All right, team, we're down to the last department of the day, Department on Disability. I'm going to ask all of us to try and look through our questions and memos and tailor that a little bit. You can, of course, ignore me, but I would appreciate, I said, asking folks to keep this next one a little shorter.
There's a party, grand party already starting. I can feel the rumbling.
There's a party next door.
Take a chair there.
Yeah. Go type it out now so we can hand it.
Grand Park.
All right, welcome. Please introduce yourselves and your team.
Good evening, Madam Chair and committee members. I'm Stephen Simon, Executive Director of the Department on Disability for the City of Los Angeles. I'm joined by Ian Thompson, my Budget Director and Director of my Admin Division, Matan Koch, the city's ADA Compliance Officer and Director of our Disability Access Services Division, and Ricky Rosales, the City AIDS Coordinator and Director of our AIDS Division. A few brief comments and highlights running us forward. Of course, we are aware of the challenging budget that you're all facing and the work you're doing to that direction. We want to highlight that our focus is on the fact that the budget gap is fueled in great part by skyrocketing liability claims, which is why, as you consider the Department on Disability's budget, we ask you to begin by recognizing that the department is primarily a compliance department, a liability prevention department. We're a department that is often held accountable for overseeing ADA compliance for all city programs, services, and facilities with no enforcement power to ensure that compliance. A department that provides community engagement, technical expertise, and training that continuously shields the city from the majority of ADA litigation risk. From the convention center to websites, sign language interpreters to access to City Hall, we work with partnership of our city departments for their compliance. And while we do so, we also do provide critical, direct, and often legally mandated, and at times life-saving services to people with disabilities, their families, and caregivers. That shield the city relies on is being dismantled by the current proposed budget. No other department has been asked for a higher percentage of regular position eliminations than the 40% we are faced with. This represents an insurmountable barrier to the city coming into compliance with federal and state law and an outright roadblock to people with disabilities participating in public and civic life in Los Angeles. My department makes up 0.03% of the city's budget, and just as the World Cup, Olympic, and Paralympic Games increase our need for the work exponentially, it is not being budgeted for. Briefly, the ADA self-evaluation and transition plan, we're trying to get that, just completed as a roadmap to our greater compliance, document remediation, and website compliance, the latter of which we believe is a massive threat to the city's risk profile because new ADA regulations for web and mobile app accessibility go into effect 51 weeks from today, and we are not prepared to defend the city against that liability by becoming compliant. We're currently faced also with a 45% cut to the city's AIDS programs, a program which already manages the types of services you're trying to build out in street team programs, and a program whose services are critical for Angelenos as the federal administration slashes HIV and AIDS funding to the state and county. We do not want Los Angeles to be on the wrong side of history as AIDS comes back like measles and polio in other parts of the country, reversing the work we've done for 30 years. In our budget letter, we provide solutions to offset the cost of as many positions slated for elimination as possible, mostly utilizing a relatively small amount of opioid settlement funds. This would fund work that fits squarely within the eligibility criteria set forth by the settlement fund, and the work supports the mayor and council's efforts to address the needs of some of our most difficult to reach unhoused neighbors. I'd love to offer other offsets from our department budget, but disability has been cut to a point that I've unfortunately got nothing else to give in that space. So we thank you for your time and consideration, and hopefully can answer any questions here or report back that you may need.
Thank you very much. I'm going to ask Councilwoman Hernandez to get us started.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Thank you, Stephen, and the DOD team for joining us today. Your department has played a critical role in improving the quality of life for persons with disabilities. Through your commitment to ADA compliance and the wide range of direct services you provide, DOD has helped set a standard of support for our city. I also want to recognize the life-changing efforts of the AIDS Coordinator's Office. Your work in slowing the transmission of HIV/AIDS and preventing overdose-related deaths is commendable. Care-first approaches are important to me, and so I want to thank you for helping our unhoused neighbors by connecting them to health and substance treatment services. I had a couple questions around operations and core services, contractual services, and world events. But before I get there, I want to just start off with the budget memo, one budget memo and one special study. I would like to request that the CAO report back in consultation with DOD to effectuate the recommendations in their letter to use qualifying opioid settlement trust funds for the AIDS Coordinator's Office programs and reappropriate the general fund savings to pay for the restoration of the filled positions proposed for elimination. That's my budget memo request. And I have a special study that I would like. I would like to request a report back from DOD through a special study on all the resources and staffing needs necessary to prepare for the 2026 World Cup and 2028 Olympic and Paralympic Games. And so I want to run through a few questions, but I want to get that through first. With the current budget proposal, what are the overall impacts you anticipate to the city and constituents you serve?
Well, thinking broadly across the Department on Disability, including the AIDS Coordinator's Office, my biggest concerns are around the difficulty being responsive to city departments and assessing their and remedying their accessibility barriers. We staff 2 seats in the Emergency Operations Center. I don't know if people all know that. And just covering that in emergencies like the fires, we're extremely taxing on our staff, and we will not have the staff to be able to cover those seats fully as needed. We would eliminate...
Which, Stephen, I want to point out that when a lot of the folks that we lost in the fires, both in Altadena and Palisades, were persons with disabilities. And so I'm sure the load that y'all had to carry both in their response to that, but moving forward was a lot.
Absolutely, and I think the city did a lot of really good things to support people with disabilities in that space during that struggle, but we need to make sure those seats are filled and we're able to get people the resources they need during emergencies. We would certainly reduce the number of trainings to city staff and vendors that we provide. We do a lot of that work on accessible communications, from there to housing accessibility as well. And really are worried that the amount of liability for accessibility-related lawsuits would go up significantly. Those are my primary concerns. In a broader DOD piece, I don't know if Ricky Rosales wants to add anything for the AIDS Coordinator's Office about the loss of funding and the impact.
Yeah, and if that will impact any grants that we received, state, county, or federal, please.
Sure. Thank you very much, Ricky Rosales, AIDS Coordinator's Office. We currently don't receive any grants for the programs that we provide. We are on a constant lookout for those types of grants. We are often not eligible to apply for them as a municipality because we are not a health department. A lot of times what we do is we'll push it to the providers and we'll give them the help that they would need to apply for these funds themselves. In terms of what it would mean for the office itself, essentially we'd need to cut out 8 of the 14 contracts that we have with providers out there. That is both in harm reduction services and in core HIV prevention services like HIV testing.
And how does that compare to, like at the federal level, we're seeing all the cuts, right, that are happening?
Correct. So,
sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, I'm sorry. So right now, the county is still trying to figure out what's going to happen with the funding from the federal government. So my understanding is that there's been very little communication from the federal government to the county with all the grants that they have for HIV prevention and for their care services. What they're getting is stuff that we're seeing in the news, essentially. That is hundreds of millions of dollars that come for these types of services in the county of Los Angeles, which of course includes the city. The majority of those services are within the city because this is the population center in the county. So the impact would be, I can't even imagine how bad it would be.
Great, thank you for that. And I want you to give me like real life examples for this next one, okay? What would it mean to reduce the contractual services line item for DOD's AIDS coordinator's office by $520,000?
So I'll approach it by giving you a few stats. So it'll mean around 8,000 fewer HIV tests, 3,500 fewer people trained on overdose prevention, about 3,000 overdoses that we will not be able to reverse. We would reach maybe 17,000 fewer encounters with unhoused individuals out there, and it goes on and on with statistics.
Great, thank you. So it sounds like cutting these contractual services could lead to more transmission of communicable diseases, and also more people dying from preventable things that you all work on. Okay.
Correct.
What work is DOD doing today that is funded by the general fund that could be paid for by opioid settlement funds instead? And again, for folks that may not know, these opioid settlement dollars we received as a jurisdiction from lawsuits against major corporations that essentially facilitated the access to opioids in our communities. And we are a jurisdiction that receives these settlement dollars. And there's a criteria for how they are spent, how they could be spent. But can you talk a little bit about my question? Thank you.
Yeah. I'll jump in first, and again, Ricky may have to jump in as well. I mean, right now, our primary proposal is to try and essentially swap out general funds that are used by the AIDS coordinator's office to provide out to community to provide all this range of services. That includes everything Ricky talked about, as well as broad HIV services for communities of color, specific programs specific to women, transgender folk, and so on. All of that could be swapped out, quite frankly, and save general fund. That could help me save positions. We're talking it was $1.2 million. It got cut to 1.1, and now we're talking about cutting another potential 520,000 out. So all of that could, quite frankly, be backfilled, and the additional general fund savings could be used to not only protect positions in the AIDS coordinator's office, which would probably be 2 management analysts, if not possibly even 3, and then part of some of Ricky's salary, because he spends a lot of time on that work, and even part of their admin assistant. The general fund savings could also save 2 other MAs in my office. Those MAs could be various people, but I tend to have one person in my office and one person really across the city that are experts in various space. So the one person who's the city's INR, intake and referral specialist for people with disabilities, that's an MA that we could possibly lose. The one person that's the expert on remediating documents and getting those proper documents and doing the training so city websites are accessible and those documents are accessible, that one person we could possibly lose. Our support for our Commission on Disability, the one person that does that, we could possibly lose. The 2 people that work on the small but vital piece we have in the Willits settlement, the sidewalk settlement, we actually vet the applicants for their eligibility. That's our role. That would not be happening if we lost those people, and all of those are potential positions we are likely to lose under the current budget.
Thank you so much. And my final question, and that's why I put in that budget memo, because I think we should be using some of those opioid settlement dollars to fund some of the work y'all do. But my last question is around the games. What role does DOD need to play to ensure the city is prepared for the World Cup and the Olympic and Paralympic Games?
I wish I had a quick answer to that. The bottom line, I would argue, is that the city has the same ADA obligations for the games as it does in general. All our services, programs, and facilities need to be accessible. For the most part, within the security fence around the venues, LA 28 is primarily responsible for that. Outside of that security fence, the City of Los Angeles is responsible for that. As we're trying to build that partnership and work with city departments broadly, the amount of work on sidewalks, on ticketing, on paths of travel, on wayfinding, that we are going to be responsible for is rather extraordinary. I don't have a much more detailed answer because we haven't had the resources to even plan that out. We have done some comparisons with both Paris and London. We have a lot of best practices we're collecting. We are sitting on as many of the committees and planning groups as we feel we can at the moment, and we are strongly helping to advise Mr. Krikorian and his team wherever we can. We've also convened a, what do we actually call it, the Major Event Accessibility Advisory Committee that is a lot of community experts, from Paralympians to people who run the sports space to people who understand the physical accessibility to people who understand how much we're going to have to do for the workforce and volunteer force around accessibility. All those are elements that play into this work. I literally have nobody that is funded to do that work. We're trying to do it with my AGM and Matan, who's the ADA compliance officer. We have recommended, well, we support a budget ask that our colleagues over at BOE put in, engineering, to actually have a full-time person that would work with Mr. Krikorian's team purely on accessibility. We strongly support that. They have a person in mind who is great and who does that kind of work for the city now. Yeah, so we also put in an ask broadly for the games for funding for our department because we also have to expand, for example, sign language interpreting. There literally are not enough interpreters with the vendors we have to actually be able to manage a full day of the games at any given time. We're going to have to expand dramatically the number of vendors we work with and actually bring in external interpreters, bring in interpreters who speak Spanish and English and American Sign Language and other languages as well. So the complexity is pretty extraordinary. I'm sorry, and one more footnote. I know I talked too much. You want to go home. The other thing we miss is, what is a venue? It's not just where a sporting event is happening in a stadium. A venue is the hundreds of sites across 15 council districts where games-related events will occur. They all have to be just as accessible.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. I'd like a special study, please, for you all to report back on the resources you all will need, both staff and additional resources to be able to comply with ADA laws and regulations for these large-scale events that are approaching our city, please.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairwoman.
And as a follow-up, whether or not that would be recoverable from LA 28? From LA 28, right? For work specifically done on behalf of the Olympics, in preparation for the Olympics? Just a question. Okay, who's next? Yep.
Considering that there's already resources coming down, could I switch that out to be a budget memo instead of a special study?
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
All right, questions? Councilmember Blumenfield.
I just want to make sure this was covered in your report back, but to report back on the utilization of opioid settlement dollars to offset the general fund for one management analyst proposed for elimination to work exclusively on programs eligible for opioid settlement funds. Just to have that as a report back, which I think may be covered in what she said, but it may not, so.
We'll have that.
And I just have one question. So the letter states that compliance with the ADA final rule on web and web mobile app accessibility will become enforceable in April of 26. Does the proposed budget provide sufficient staff for the department to ensure the city's compliance with the rule by the upcoming deadline?
No, ma'am, it does not. There is actually no funding specific to that. We've been working directly with ITA and myself and Ted, their GM, put out a memo to all the other general managers with guidance about how to become compliant, all sorts of resources in place, noting that each department has its own independent responsibility to be compliant, but neither I nor ITA have actual staffing that is dedicated to that work, and it's a matter of scale. It's just this simple. Every single city website needs to be accessible. We know the guidance, it's clear. I mean, there's very clear technical rules that a lot of city employees should be able to implement, but we have to really get moving on that work. Neither of us have staff for that, and I would be glad to put together a package of staff we could use and also work with ITA on staff they believe are appropriate.
Okay, before we get there, will the city be liable for fines or penalties if it's not in compliance by the deadline?
Yes, two things. The ADA, it's a blessing and curse, is either enforced by, generally, in this case, the Department of Justice at the federal level, which is somewhat in flux, I imagine, at the moment, but also primarily enforced by independent lawsuits. So any person with disability literally seeking information, is a potential litigant, and we just want to avoid that. We work closely with communities, so people don't tend to be over litigious in that space, but I
Sure.
think for us to show a good faith effort that the city is moving there requires a great deal of work.
Thank you. So along those lines, I'd like to ask for a special study, request that you outline the staffing needs of your department and ITA to meet this deadline. And this may have to be addressed in the next fiscal year, but ask that you plan for that now.
Understood, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Questions, comments, memos? Oh, Councilmember McCosker.
Thank you so much. It's such important work. But I wonder, when we build something new, when we build a physical structure new, generally we do a pretty good job of making sure it's accessible, generally. And I know you're there to help and to make sure and to, but why is it that when we put up a website or put out information electronically, why is it so difficult for us to make sure that everything we put up new complies with the current standards? What is that?
It's a great question. It's almost inadvertently a trick question, and here's what I mean by that, sir.
Yeah.
For example, when you reseal a road even, so in public right-of-way, and you've redone this beautiful, pavement, well, the curb ramps need to be upgraded. There are certain rules that apply and are clear requirements to happen along the way. And if that sort of side accessibility doesn't happen, then basically the street is out of compliance.
Mm-hmm.
And what we'll hear from some of my colleagues is that they're not sort of independently funded to do that work that's sometimes considered peripheral. So a lot of times things are getting built and we're not actually fulfilling the legal mandate of what's adjacent to it, for example. I agree with you that generally when things are built new, they are accessible, but there are gaps, sort of exactly the way you said it. There are gaps. We need to be very mindful of that. We've worked a lot with LAX, for example. I know it's proprietary, and they've generally done a lot of good work in that space. They're doing their own self-evaluation and transition plan. But along the way, we work with their compliance folks because a lot of new construction, unless there's a person on site that's a certified access specialist, still manages to not be in full compliance. And it does happen with some regularity, and it's much more expensive to go back and remediate that problem than to build it right in the first place.
Do you have any fee for service when you're doing something at DWP or airport or harbor?
We kind of love these questions, but no, we generally don't. The one time we've done it is we were trying several years ago to decentralize sign language interpreting. It's a series of contracts. We're actually talking now, we've been talking with the city clerk about working with their contracts and decentralizing there. And so for PD, for example, LAPD was the one department that actually would sort of reimburse our department for their use of those contracts.
Well, I would say that there's a lot of money to be had in the public and private sector for doing project management. Project managers are critically important pieces of all projects, and it would make sense that there would be a fee for service that could be paid for your expertise and making sure that projects especially at the airport and the Department of Water and Power and Harbor and other enterprise funds should be able to, or should be required to pay for, to make sure we're avoiding liabilities. And I think that might be a model that we could look at for your department to make sure that this significant expertise is not just coming in after the fact to fix problems, but proactively solving problems before we get to them. So I would ask for a budget memo on maybe it's a special study on a fee-for-service program for disability to make sure that physical improvements and possibly also these electronic construction projects, which are websites, are a fee for service to make sure that we are in compliance. It's a risk management, proactive risk management, and it is also, a valuable service that you could provide to departments and be a service department to other departments in the city. Thank you.
Sir. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Really grateful for your time and all your work. This was our last department presentation for the day.
No.
Yeah.
Can we go back to the first one?
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh,
No, I'd like to, before we,
Councilmember Bloomfield has a non,
yeah, before we recess, I have.
before we recess.
Yes.
Okay, great, go ahead.
Just because we might be so close to 300 memos, we want to make sure that we get above that. Or I want to ask for one additional report back, not related to this department. The City of Los Angeles is currently undertaking an overhaul of its capital projects planning via Mayor Bass's Executive Directive 9. Embedded in this directive is a goal for the city to create the first comprehensive cross-departmental capital improvement plan, or SIP. The SIP will help us efficiently address our infrastructure needs by coordinating investments and reducing costs, allowing us to work through a growing maintenance and capital backlog. A staff augmentation approach with the consultant teams is under consideration as a means to more quickly develop a CIP. I'd like to request a budget memo on what options are available to fund this effort via a combination of special funds at the city and via proprietary departments that engage in long-range capital planning like DWP.
From the mayor. All right. Any edits to earlier memos? Okay. Also, regarding memos, we're on track to request 300 or more of them. This is untenable to both write and to read, which those new to this body will discover on Monday morning, or on was it Thursday. I know we're all going to be working over the weekend, and I ask that members please take a look at the memo list and prioritize which memos you'd like to get out first and foremost, so the departments in the CAO know which we want released ASAP, because it's kind of on a rolling basis. That's not to say we don't expect and hope to see the first few memos come through this weekend, but we're going to run through our lists first thing on Monday. Thank you all for a productive week. We'll reconvene on Monday, May 5th at 10 a.m., 10 in the morning, and we will hear from the following departments: Airport, City Clerk, Animal Services, Zoo, Cultural Affairs, El Pueblo, Library, City Tourism, Neighborhood Empowerment, Civil and Human Rights and Equity, Los Angeles City Employees Retirement System, Los Angeles Fire and Police Pensions. Until then, may the 4th be with you. This meeting is now in recess.
Thank you.